You can't clutter.
How are we doing, gentlemen?
Good here, sir.
Are we all set? Okay. I think we should begin.
Ready? Recording.
Good evening. Welcome to the meeting this evening of the Finance Committee of the Board of Alders. I am Adam Marchand, the chair of the committee, and I will begin by reading the published notice. Meeting agenda, Finance Committee. Meeting may be viewed on Board of Alders YouTube. The Finance Committee will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 28th, 2026 at 6 o'clock p.m. in the Aldermanic Chambers, 165 Church Street, New Haven, to hear the following. 1. LM 2026-0101. Order of the New Haven Board of Alders authorizing the Board of Education to enter into agreement with Total Communications to provide Cisco network infrastructure from July 15, 2026 to July 14, 2031 as presented. Item 2, LM 2026-0097. Order of the New Haven Board of Alders authorizing the City of New Haven, Mayor or Comptroller, to enter into a multi-year agreement with Highland Software Incorporated and Initium Softworks LLC for the implementation, expansion, and cloud hosting of the on-base enterprise content management platform in support of the city's digital records retention policy. Item 3, a workshop to review portions of the annual city budgets proposed for the fiscal year commencing on July 1st, 2026. The following city departments will be heard: Office of Labor Relations, Economic Development, City Plan, Transportation, Traffic and Parking, Equal Opportunities, Office of Building and Inspection, Livable Cities Initiative. These items are filed with the city clerk and may be inspected at room 202, 200 Orange Street, New Haven. Per order, the Honorable Adam Marchand, Chair. Attest, Michael Smart, City Clerk. If you need a disability-related accommodation, please call 3 business days in advance, 203-946-7651 voice or 203-946-8582 TTY. Public comment/testimony may also be submitted via email to publictestimony@newhavenct.gov before 2 o'clock p.m. on the day of the meeting. Meeting can be viewed on Board of Alders YouTube page. We'll now have introductions of committee members, starting to my right.
Alder Salponzo, Ward 17.
Adam Marchand, Alder of the 25th Ward Chair.
Brian Wingate, Ward 29, Beaver Hills.
Leland Moore, Ward 18.
Anna Festa, Ward 10. Saisha Walker Myers, Ward 23.
Thank you, colleagues. I would also recognize Alders Kim and Carmen Rodriguez, who are here with us. So you heard me read that agenda. This meeting is essentially coming in 2 parts. The first part, this is our monthly meeting, so we have business to take care of. We have 2 public hearing items, both multi-year contracts. We are beginning with those 2 items. They're voting items, so the public will have an opportunity to weigh in on those items. We will close the public hearing and then we'll vote on those items. We will probably take a brief recess and then we'll proceed with the budgetary workshops. That is the second part of the meeting. That's how we're going to proceed. We are glad to have everybody here. Many of you are city staff who will no doubt patiently wait for your turn to give presentations. We'll be eager to hear them. When you come forward to speak with the committee, we ask you please to get yourselves settled, provide whatever paperwork that you may have for us. And we ask you for your names and addresses for the record. That applies for members of the public who wish to testify on our two voting items this evening. When it's time for them to come forward, they'll come forward. They'll give us their names, their addresses for the record, and then they'll be able to speak on the two voting items. We are not hearing public testimony this evening on the mayor's proposed budget. That's tomorrow. So if you're a member of the public and you wish to weigh in on the mayor's proposed budget, come back tomorrow. We'll have a great time listening to members of the public talk about next year's budget. But tonight we'll take testimony just on the two voting items. I'd like to recognize Alder Furlow, who has joined us, as well as Alder Evelyn Rodriguez entering the chamber. That's a great reminder that if you have a cell phone or other handheld electric device, please put it on mute or silent mode. If you need to take a phone call, by all means do it, but please do it outside of chambers. If you need to speak with someone, by all means do that, but please also do that outside of chambers. We want to be able to proceed with our meeting without interruption. Okay, so that is how we're going to proceed tonight. First part of the two voting items. We'll hear them. We'll do our deliberations on them. Then we'll wrap that up, take a brief recess, and then move on with the 7 departments listed in our budgetary workshop this evening. Thank you all for being here. Let's begin with item number 1. This is the multi-year agreement between the Board of Education and Total Communications to provide Cisco network infrastructure starting in July. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Michael Simeone. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for the City of New Haven and the Board of Education. And tonight I'm here to present the multi-year Total Communications maintenance contract for our networking and server equipment.
Thank you. And if you would give us an address, we would be grateful.
My address is 639 Tamarack Road, Cheshire, Connecticut.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
In your package, it's no secret that the Board of Education has some financial challenges, and IT is a large portion of the operational budget for the Board of Education. So what we try to do is we try to look at all aspects within the IT budget of where we can get savings. Part of our savings this year was the ability to negotiate with Cisco on our maintenance contracts and get a 5-year contract on all our equipment. I do have a list here of equipment in this maintenance agreement that we have, and the savings is $632,000 over a 5-year period. So it's just over $130,000 annually, the savings. This will support our voice applications within our school system, which supports 3,200 phones. Our voice software, our network routers, which are 47 of those major routers are in each location, which are 47. It also covers our customer support on our servers that we have in our disaster recovery data center, which is 3. It covers 2,251 wireless access points, 89 switches, network switches. Provides our endpoint protection on our PCs and Chromebooks, which are 3,450 applications of that software. It also covers the licensing of our firewalls, which we have 2. It also covers our remote user access into our network, which are 100 users that have secure VPN access into the network. It also covers additional switches at our main data center that we have. 2 of those. And I can leave that equipment list with you tonight.
Thank you very much. Any further information you'd like to present before we ask questions?
No, just that this was a negotiation with Cisco that took a number of months. And it's not normal for Cisco to negotiate with their clients on maintenance agreements. So.
And by that you mean normally they just impose whatever terms that they.
Correct.
impose?
Normally they can impose whatever the going rate is for their clients. But since we are a school system, we are a large school system, we are going through Total Communications, which is one of their premier bars in Connecticut. So they were able to also assist us in getting this savings.
VAR.
Bar. Yeah. Value-added reseller.
Gotcha. I thought it was video assistant referee, but I'm a soccer fan.
It could be.
Okay, thank you. Any further information you'd like to?
No, I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you so much for concise presentation. We're grateful for that. We'll now have questions from members of the committee on this item. Alder Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. When did the current contract, I assume you have a current contract with Cisco, is that right?
Correct. The current contract ends, I believe, at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. And was there any, we're in a time where we're in a bit of a crunch here when it comes to financial resources. Was there an opportunity to shop around to look for a lower rate? Did that occur? Would you be willing to let me know why or why not?
Well, when you have specific equipment, you have to go with the manufacturer's licensing terms and maintenance. So you can't, it's not as if we're going out and shopping for equipment with new licensing terms and new maintenance terms. For us to shop around, we would have to go out and produce an RFP for new equipment installed, purchasing new equipment, and getting that installed. That would most likely take a period of a year or more, and we would still need to ratify a new maintenance agreement with them for the next period.
Is there a time when, with all technology, at some point or another, it becomes obsolete, or it was down, or it needs to be upgraded? Is there a time frame within which you consider that occurring, and there's a need to look for lower rates or better contracts, or is that something that you consider when?
Yeah, there's a time, and the best time to do it is when the E-rate funding period becomes available. A lot of our funding on the IT side, well, not a lot, but a portion of it on the IT side comes from E-rate, which is a company that goes out and searches for technology grants for school systems for technology. So when the funding period comes available and the grants are for networking equipment or servers or what have you, we will then go out and look and price those devices, because we would pay 10 to 15 cents on the dollar going through an E-rate grant. But if we had to go out and purchase and replace a lot of this equipment from day one, you're looking at least $5 to $6 million in capital expense here.
Thank you. One last question, Mr. Chair. So when would the next E-rate period be?
Well, the E-rate period comes up for large scale. There's one coming up this July, but we don't know if there's any type of large scale networking equipment in there. Since last year, the E-rate grants were for networking equipment, which we purchased a number of network switches for our schools.
So the equipment is relatively new, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this equipment is relatively new, within a 3-year period that we purchased it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. Questions from colleagues on this item? It's the Alderman Festa, then the queue is open.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the numbers, but I just want to clarify, the total number for the 5-year contract is 2.5, almost 2.6 million.
Correct.
And that's about just over 515,000 per annual payment. And there's a note in the fiscal impact statement of years 27 to 31. It says other capital account assigned yearly by finance. And also there's the capital line. This is coming from the capital line item of 515,000. So each year it has to be applied for, or?
No. We're signing a 5-year agreement, and we're making annual payments on that 5-year agreement.
I guess my only concern is in the fiscal impact statement, it only has 515,000 and not the 2.5 million. Does that matter?
This may relate to what bucket is in the budget, general fund or capital or special funds, is providing the money to pay for this contract. Because the material we have suggests that some of the money paying for the contract is capital funds, but maybe only some of it. So do you know where the money's coming from, the budget pay for this?
I'm trying to find that page of the comments.
Well, Mr. Simeon does that, Mr. Chair. I just want to know also for the record that in the, whereas there's no amounts listed, I don't know if we want to include that in our resolution.
So noted.
Thank you.
So before you ask your next question, let's give our Chief Technology Officer an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, in the financial impact statement on the bottom and other comments, it does say that 515,000 is coming out of the capital account, which is under 58,704. And then it said years 27 through 31, other capital accounts assigned here by finance. I don't know what that statement represents, but I could find out.
Yeah, I think I could venture an explanation, which is that we're in a buy-in, but every other year capital cycle. And so there's money in the current funds that we have from the last bond issue that could be committed to the years of the contract that coincide with those funds. But next year, there'll be another capital request that we haven't approved yet that would be relevant to the future years of this contract.
Yes.
So I think that's what that means.
That's what I assumed as well. But just for clarification, because on our form, it just has the 515,000.
Yeah.
So that's for the fiscal year 26, 27.
That's
We end our capital budget, we go into another
That's
2-year cycle.
That's right.
But does that need to be listed anywhere?
Well, so
So we make sure it's in the
there's got to
capital.
be money budgeted to pay for the contract. If it's
Right.
not coming from capital, it could be from another financial line, other contractual services line in the finance department or the IT department, but we would need to be informed of that
Right.
in the subsequent budget years.
Just want to make sure of that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Festa. But it's a good question, because we have to pay for not just the coming year, but all the other years that we're committed to with this contract. I want to recognize our colleague Alder Morrison, who has joined us. Additional questions from colleagues about this item? Alder Wingate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. From my understanding, there's a $600,000 savings with this particular, item. Can you share how did you get there?
Yeah, we wanted to start the process early because we wanted to squeeze our current vendors, IT vendors at the Board of Education to get some better savings from them. So we want to start our contract renewal and negotiations earlier than we normally start. And so we started with a number of meetings, bringing them in, going over that we are explaining our situation, that we are a public school system. We have a lot of challenges that are facing us. If we are unable to get savings or some type of accommodations, that we're going to necessarily be forced to take a look at either closing some schools and reducing the amount of equipment that we use in those schools. So, and thus reducing their payments on equipment. And so they were able to go back and forth with not only Total Systems and Cisco corporate. And Total Systems also provided a portion of their commission for the savings, because Total Communications gets commission on the maintenance. So that for us to continue to be a customer and maintain their good standing with Cisco, they had offered a portion of their commission to provide us with the savings.
Thank you. I mean, I like to hear savings. I like to hear that, you're trying to be frugal with the city's money. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Wingate. Further questions from colleagues about this item? Alder Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question stems around the period of time. It's 5 years for this contract, and with the changes going on in reference to electronics and our computers, and also dealing with the New Haven public school system, so usually our students and our staff wants to benefit from the most modern. Does the contract support or a cushion in case of changes that may need to be made regarding electronics to put anything up to date on those? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, with any piece of major investment in IT technology, there's an end of life to that technology where they stop supporting the equipment and providing updates to the equipment. So what we do is when we purchase the equipment, we look at what the end of life schedule is on the equipment. A lot of times they will extend that period, but all the equipment that is in this proposal is within the 5 years. They're not going to have any end of life issues with the equipment that's in this proposal for the maintenance over the next 5-year period.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. Further questions from colleagues on this multi-year agreement with Total Communications to provide Cisco network infrastructure starting in July? Further questions from colleagues? Is that a hand that you're looking to raise,
I was thinking of that.
Alder Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said there aren't going to be any end-of-life issues. Could you just briefly explain why?
Because the equipment, when we purchased it, has a life beyond the contract, beyond the
I see.
2031.
Okay. Thank you.
So at some point in time in the 2030s, it would become end of life.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Moore. Further questions from colleagues? Just two from me. So here, when you say end of life, you mean like end of the manufacturer's willingness to give it a warranty and repair it.
Correct.
Not-
And support.
And support
Yeah, and support it. It will run beyond
Right.
end of life without any updates to it.
And is that related to obsolescence, or is that just related to the durability of the particular equipment?
Mostly obsolescence. Yeah, the equipment is very durable because they're in environmentally controlled data centers that they're running in. And the equipment can run probably 10 years after the end of life period. I know we have some switches in our schools that are well beyond their end of life period and still running.
We just don't have any warranties for them. That's thank you for that. In terms of the savings, I listen to discussion of savings always with a little bit of skepticism, right? Because when you're dealing with a vendor who wants to sell you a service, if they're going to charge you twice what it's worth and then give you 40% savings, it's not really 40% savings. I'm giving you an example.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not the case here. But someone in your position with experience in this field presumably would be able to kind of sniff that out. You know, is this contract really worth that amount of money? So I'm sure the way that their representatives would talk about it would be, well, we're going to waive our commission, we're going to give you these savings, but maybe that's just salesmanship. So I guess the question I'm asking is as an IT professional with many years of experience in the field, do you feel like there are real savings here?
I do.
Okay.
I really do feel that there's savings here. And if we went to a competitor and looked at their maintenance prices, they would be above our current prices that we're paying in this contract.
Because you've looked around and seen what these kinds of contracts do.
Yeah, in our negotiation period, we looked at, now this is Cisco equipment. There's other equipment out there like Dell equipment that we took a look at. When we went into the negotiations, we said we could buy the same type of core network switch at Dell for this price, which is similarly priced to what you have, but their annual maintenance is X amount of dollars less than what we're paying you for. So.
I mean, in your opinion, this equipment and services that they support are really crucial for the operation of the school?
Absolutely, yes.
Because the bigger savings would not be do it at all.
Right.
But then we'd be missing something. And in your opinion, it's really important what we would be.
Right. We want to stay up to date with, especially the software updates and the firmware updates, because this network switching handles all our data networks. So obviously, we're very protective of our network infrastructure against threat actors trying to get in and trying to exfil information from us. So we want the best type of protection that we have, not only our students, but for our Board of Education.
And you feel that this equipment and the software that it runs are secure and are resilient against threats from the outside?
It's the top of the line software and equipment that we use in both the city and the Board of Education to protect our network infrastructure.
Thank you for that information. Any further questions from colleagues
on this item?
Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. This is a public hearing item. So, is there a member of the public who wishes to testify on this proposed multi-year agreement? Any member of the public wishing to testify, please come forward. And for a third time, anyone from the public wishing to testify, please come forward and speak. Seeing none, we're going to move to the second item on our agenda, which is another multi-year contract for software for the implementation, expansion, and cloud hosting of the On-Base Enterprise Content Manager platform. So On-Base Enterprise Content Manager, that's 4 adjectives in front of the words platform. Can you even remember what go ahead. So thank you for being here. When you're settled, names and addresses for the record.
Good evening, Melinda Figueroa, purchasing agent, 55 Oxford Street, New Haven.
Sean Garris, you've got a microphone right in front of you.
Although you can sit closely to your colleague.
All right, thank you. My name is Sean Garris, Deputy Purchasing Agent for the City of Haven. Address is Southern Connecticut. Thank you.
And there's some paper that's being distributed, so let's just give that a moment to get around, and then we'll have you again. Thank you.
I might have not bought enough copies, I
That's okay.
apologize.
We'll just give one to our staff, and he will make more copies. You already got it? Oh, it's in the packet, so the one should be fine.
Oh, this one isn't, oh, we should get another one. This is just a synopsis. So the background on this, we currently have OnBase as the software program implemented in vital statistics. Let me rewind. We went through a digitization process that the Finance Committee and the Board of Alders had allowed in the capital budget in 2020. So we've been digitizing different departments' records. Now, we have them stored and we need to put them in a software program that can digest it and have that taxonomy so we can access those records. That's how we got to OnBase. We queried, I believe, 3 different vendors and the services they offered, and OnBase, they were already in the door because they were with Vital Stats, but we didn't let that control the decision. We wanted to make sure the city was getting the most bang for the buck, and they were able to accommodate, and their different techniques of searching the documentation. It has OCR recognition, we can redact, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a 2-parter where we are also working with Itinium Softworks is the implementer for OnBase. They will help us digest the taxonomy of the files that we're digesting. So it's a 2-part process that we, again, began in 2020 with the digitization of certain departments' documents. And now we're trying to import them into this software database and be able to access them towards getting to our digital retention policies. As you know, some of you may be aware, we have the Connecticut State Library retention policy that that guides the city on our document retention, and this will help host that, and we'll be able to monitor when those documents become basically end of life. Thank you. End of life, and be able to, if it's a document that we can then subscribe to the Connecticut State Library and have it effectively destroyed. It would be destroyed from the electronic, from this database. Anything else that again, the document retention process, employee records, pension, payroll, it's a 30 years past death and a survivor's death. So if pension, if they named a beneficiary, we have to keep that information almost 60 plus. If not more. So it's just trying to make sure we have the resources available and then the data at our fingertips. So that's what this contract entails. It's a more of a robust system to acclimate into all the departments we're going to be scanning in the future as well. So we have about 14 departments that we're looking to digest in right now to Highland OnBase software. So I touched on most of it. Reclassification, repository, easier keyword searches. It's basically OCR. So if we type in Alder Marchand.
OCR.
Don't know.
You don't know. It's a convention for
Optical character recognition.
Great, thank you.
So it's easable. We can search anything, and anything with Marchand would pop up onto the site. And again, there's going to be security around it. Only certain levels, department heads, coordinators, different staff will assign the level of security access. And it doesn't mean like if we have police records, only those that were identified by the chief would be able to access those records, payroll, et cetera. So there is going to be security on these documents. Anything that we have to share between departments and is accessible, we would definitely make accessible to keep that going. So that's the gist of it.
Thank you very much. Anything else that you would like to add before we ask questions? Okay. So we're going to take questions now from committee members. I'll just say something to my colleagues, which is some of you may be as fascinated as I am about records management and scanning and OCR and different conventions for rendering image files to be searchable by AI machines. It's actually really interesting stuff. But we're not going to do a full-blown workshop on that tonight. If colleagues want that, then we will schedule that separately. However, some questions related to the process are relevant for determining whether or not the city got a good deal from this vendor and if it's the right contract. So that's our focus, is the contract. And so if there's some questions about the process that helps us to understand the value of the contract, then I'll permit it. But if folks start to go into a deep dive about a process we've already decided we're going to undertake, then I will rein us in. So just some quick instructions. Questions from colleagues? Alder Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question it might be on the periphery, but I'm going to ask it and you can let me know. So this is, are you storing public records in the cloud? Is that part of this?
Ultimately, the public records will go into the cloud.
So is there a continuity of systems provision? Like what happens if 5 years, all your records are scanned, put in the cloud, and you're like, this vendor is not good for us anymore?
It's built into the agreement that we would be able to access. We retain rights to all that data stored in the cloud.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Moore. Further questions from colleagues on this item? Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I'm going to just look at the fiscal impact statement because it looks like the 153 is coming from general fund, but then we also have a capital line item for 170, and that 170. Actually, I take that back. That's the bond funding, but there's also info in the capital line for 5 year, or is that contingent with the description for the bond funding?
I apologize, I did not bring my impact statement with me.
So under general fund, it has $153,316.80, and then under the bond funding, it's $170,000. And then to the right of that, under capital line item, what does that mean? Or is that just a description of the 170?
Yes, I apologize. I was trying to capture all the accounts that make up the 170.
Okay, that makes sense. And then under other comments, it says subject to a 4% price escalation cost for the subscription-based services.
That's for on-base itself, for the platform.
So the 153,316 is subject to 4% increase every year?
Of the 3-year term. So we're in year 1, yes.
Okay, so next year we should expect a 3%, or I'm sorry,
4%
4% increase in the following year as well. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And you mentioned that if, you can share information with other departments, et cetera. Is there any type of protection as to who can access this information? For example, in a hospital, an employee has to put in their code so who accessed, maybe a patient's file.
Yes.
Do we have that protection?
So there's an audit capability within the application. As Norman mentioned, every department will have its own folders, and based on that, even within those folders, there's access privileges, credentials that are required, and the same would apply for that information that is common will be easily shared. Information that has some sensitivity will have limited access, and the system will audit the way the system is designed, it audits whatever document is touched. It allows for if you amend the document, it tracks who amended the document so that that information is contained within this system.
Okay, so anyone who accesses it has their own
Correct.
code. So I would have my own code. Everybody
Yes.
here would have their own personal code, so you know where to refer back to if there's some questions.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, perfect, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues on this item? Further questions from colleagues? Alder Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question is in reference to the Highland software. Can you share with me, with us, what other important agencies or entities have benefited from this service through Highland software? And do you know what their experience has been? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
One of the local ones is Yale, utilizes it for its record management. There's a town, I believe, there's 2 other towns in Connecticut. I can get you those names of those specifically. But as we mentioned, we've had it for over 15 years here in the city of Vital Stats. And as Melinda mentioned, we had looked at Laserfish, which is another content management application. But this seemed to be the most advantageous application and had a very much like a multiplier effect what we could utilize it for in terms of building out in different usages with the application that made it like this is the one for us in terms of usage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. Further questions from colleagues on this item? Further questions from colleagues? Of course, I would love to have a workshop on this whole process because I find it really fascinating, but we're not going to do that. So I guess I'll just go back to the fundamental question I always ask, which is like, do you feel confident that the city is getting the best possible value for the services that we're purchasing through this contract? These are the best people.
Yes, Highland is one of the premier content management application. The company ISW is their premier implementer of the Highland in the country. We worked with ISW to get a good rate. We locked in some block time based on what we have. And the same thing with the Highland itself. We negotiated terms. Because we've been a long-term client, we asked for and locked in the increase below their typical increase amount of like 10%. So I feel like we did a good job.
Now, the typical increase of 10%, is that their depiction of the typical increase, or is that your knowledge of what?
That's what they said when we were discussing, when they had to go back to corporate. They said they had to go to corporate. I don't know if they had to go to corporate.
It's kind of like when you're in the car dealership, I gotta talk to my manager.
Exactly.
And then we're also, just to add on to that, we're also piggybacking off of a corporate, so we're already getting that nationwide, but they delve deeper for a deeper discount, because it could be up to 10% is the market rate, but we were able, as Sean mentioned, because we're a long-time client. And this is a long project, so they can see, I mean, just moving forward with all the departments we still need to go through. It's gonna be a long-term project, so you wanna, build on it with us.
They get them 10% all the time.
Did you want to ask a question, Alderman Gate?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I couldn't hold it back.
Okay. Because the queue is open. I've asked my questions. Any further questions? Alderman Gate.
I do have a question. Excuse my ignorance around this, this technology, but, back to who's watching who and protective, like firewalls, right? Right. Like who's overseeing the firewalls?
So the onboarding of these applications was done by committee. And so that involves IT, it involves management budget, it involves a controller, at the boss and departments, the end user, to develop this corporation council, just to kind of develop the base of the security aspect of it and how it's going to be utilized. It is an evolving process as we begin to scan in the records. We're already identifying with the taxonomy, better ways that we need to, as a citywide, this is going to change our culture in terms of just how we store and categorize things for easy access when you're FOI or need another department some information. This is all part of this committee's work, and the security aspect, we rely heavily on the IT department for advice, as well as ISW to give references since they've done this implementation in other municipalities and other corporate businesses. So, and then, so basically those security is in place.
Okay.
And doing that.
Okay. This is like borderline workshop, but like for the police department, it would be like a sign off.
So the police department, certain records are isolated and fall under certain, well, that you're familiar with HIPAA.
Yes, sir.
So there's certain requirements. So you only need access if you need access.
Okay.
So even here on the public side, like we put out solicitations that have building structure. We're going to say, not everyone needs to know what those structures are.
Right.
In this day and age for security. The same thing will apply with the police records. They'll be walled off. Basically, only police access will be have access to the police. Well, purchasing and purchasing, I don't need to have access to any of the police records, so I don't need to have those credentials.
That's that model.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And just to clarify, when we say police records, we're talking more of the administration, not you're going down there to do a records request from their records office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Wingate. Further questions from colleagues? Alder Fessel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This might be premature. I don't know. You mentioned that all the departments will eventually be integrated into this. Now, there are certain departments where the public goes in and requests information and we charge for it. How will the public be able to access this, and will there be a charge for, a document?
Well, that's, eventually we want to get there. That's a long time away. But yeah, eventually, and then the redaction comes into play, and ideally, that's where we'd like to be, where they can just download, depending on what public access we give, and they would be able to pay the invoice, but that's.
Okay, I'm just thinking financially, we charge for some services. Will that be implemented? But it sounds like.
The application has the ability to monetize certain workflows and things of that nature.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues? Alder Morrison.
Yes, my question is just for clarity, in regards to the multi-year, this is only for 3 years?
I only asked for 3 years, yes.
Okay, so is this 3 years with a renewal, with 1 or 2 or 5 renewals, or is this 3 years and then we gotta do all of this all over again, even though it say we love this? And this is a process. So when I kept reading everything, I'm like, there has to be some type of renewal here, because when we like stuff, we don't want to have to come back to the Board of Alders, go through this process to get, hopefully, I guess.
Well, I like seeing you, so I hope you like seeing me.
I love seeing you.
But no, you're right. I mean, I don't know if the board, the committee would entertain a friendly amendment to the resolution to offer the renewals, but currently the proposal we received is just for 3 years, so I wouldn't be able to put terms in front of you. So.
Thank you. More questions?
Well, it's not a question, but it is, again, a suggestion in regards to, this is so important. I know computers, every other month they run out, right? But this process in itself is a long process to be able to get an okay. And if we go through this process and we give the okay, and by year 2, you guys really find this system is rocking, Now they have to go through a process all over again. And without just saying, okay, let's do 1 or 2 renewals. If everybody is in agreement, if the city is in agreement that this is working for us, if this company is in agreement, it's working for us, then, and this has the financial impact, that's why I'm asking this question, so.
I would consider this 3-year term a pilot program, because we've never, even though they've digested the vital stats records, that's what they originally bought on for, this is a whole new phase. So I like where you're going with it, but we'd be more than happy to come back and see you guys.
More questions? Alderman
So I don't know if this is a question, or is this something that during deliberations that,
If you would like to propose
Oh,
an
okay.
amendment, that would be during deliberation.
great, thank you, no more questions.
Further questions from colleagues on this item? I have one more, which is, I could probably do the arithmetic to figure out what the total cost of the contract is over 3 years, right? Because it's year 1 plus year 2, which is year 1 times 1.10, 1.04. Then year 3 is year 1 times 1.104 times that again. But do you have that number handy?
I apologize, I should have brought it with me, but yeah, to your point, it's
I
the
would want to
one,
make sure it's the correct
it's
number.
it's the escalation of the 4% on top of the 153, and the 170 is just phase 1 of the process. That's what we had available for ISW to do the implementation.
Right, and then that's the funding stream you're talking about.
So, yeah.
All right, thank you. So I will ask for that information as the chair. Total cost of the contract over 3 years. Thank you. Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, any members of the public wishing to testify on this item, please come forward. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to testify on this item? And for a third time, is there a member of the public who wishes to testify on this item? Seeing none, Alder Punzo.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to close the public portion of this meeting.
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded to close the public portion. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The public portion is closed. Alder Punzo.
Mr. Chair, I move to item 1 favorably.
Second.
Item 1 has been moved favorably and seconded. Discussion of the motion. I'm going to you, Alder Punzo, because you made the motion.
You speak in favor of item 1? Yes, I am. Yeah. I think it's well worth the cost for the new IT equipment. Even though that the IT is changing rather quickly, I'm hoping that the foresight that the IT department has, that will be sufficient enough to carry us through the 5-year period. So I'm in favor of this item.
Thank you, Alder Punzo. Further discussion of item 1. Further discussion, Alder Wingate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also in favor of this item moving forward. I like the fact that he was proactive around the cost savings of this particular communications. So I'm in favor.
Thank you, Alder Wingate. Further discussion of this item, Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am in favor of it. I just want to make note that the resolution does not include any amounts in case we want to add them.
Well, is that something you would like to propose as an amendment, Alder Festa?
Yes, sir. I would.
Then please do that.
So if we could just,
Let me help you,
yeah, go ahead.
and I'll ask you.
There's because there's.
Can I
also-
have a motion to amend that would take the first effective clause that currently reads, now therefore be it ordered by the Board of Alders of the City of New Haven that the agreement with Total Communications is hereby approved. And he would make it, now therefore be it ordered by the Board of Alders of the City of New Haven that the 5-year agreement with Total Communications in the total amount of $2,576,309.05 is hereby approved. Do I have a motion to amend it thus?
Yes,
So
I make the motion.
motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion in favor of this amendment? Alder Festa.
No, I appreciate it. I think it's important for us to add amounts just to stay consistent and make sure that if we ever have to refer back to it, we have something in writing.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further discussion of the amendment only. Further discussion of the amendment. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The motion passes. Any further discussion of the item as amended? Seeing none, all in favor of giving this amended item a favorable recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. It will move forward as amended favorably. Alder Punzo.
Mr. Chair, I move item number 2 favorably.
Second.
Item 2 has been moved favorably and seconded. Discussion of the motion. Alder Punzo.
Mr. Chair, I'm in favor of this, not realizing that, that all those records, they have to be kept for so many years after. This seems like the appropriate program to do that kind of, or keep that kind of information. You never know when that kind of information is needed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Punzo. Further discussion of item number 2. Further discussion. Alder Morrison.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to make an amendment, and I don't know if I need to have the actual numbers. But my amendment is in regards to adding a renewal to the language for this company. I agree that this company is good. I think that it's going to take time to really see if it works. And
So before you explain it, do you want to say that you're moving an amendment to add how many renewals? So one year, 2 1-year renewals? What would you propose?
I'm proposing to add another renewal of 1 3-year, because this is 3-year, 1 3-year
Okay. So that
renewal
okay.
for this company.
Okay.
So you tell me,
So that's the motion.
that's the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made to amend, it's been seconded. Now you can make the case for your amendment.
Okay. The reason for, as I said earlier, the reason why I'm making this motion is because of the fact that the process to get approval for these various contracts can be a lot. And the work that has to be done here with, all these different departments, you have to have all the information stored of 30 years after life and a spouse and all those different things. I think that we need to give the city who is working with this software an opportunity to really make some real decisions around continuation of the actual service in itself. So that's my reason.
Okay. Thank you, Alder Morrison. Discussion of the amendment only. Alder Walker Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Though I agree with Alder from Ward 22, I can't support this amendment because when they came before us, they said that this was like a trial, right? They said though that the company was good for vital statistics, they weren't sure about this, so that's why they didn't come with an amendment. For that reason, I think I wouldn't be in favor of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Walker Myers. Further discussion of the amendment. Alder Moore.
Although I think it's a good, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a good idea. Just for the same reasons, I think they should come back in 3 years. So I also would be in favor of the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Moore. Further discussion of the amendment only. Alder Festa.
Yes, I mean, since this is a pilot, we should probably consider this amendment once the pilot is completed and we have additional information as to how that pilot went. And who knows if there's another company. I don't know if an RFP will be done after that, making sure this company stays in business. 3 years is a long time for products like IT. So for now, I can't support the amendment, but it's something to consider maybe in 3 years once this pilot is completed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Any further discussion of the amendment? I'm also going to speak in opposition to the amendment. I think they should come back. I see no need for any renewals whatsoever. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it, the amendment fails. Back to the item that's before us. Any discussion of the item before us? Alder Festa.
Mr. Chair, while I support the item, once again, in the resolution, there's no amounts, although you requested the total amount and what.
My recommendation, Alder Festa, would be to make those assertions at the second reading when we can be confident that the numbers are correct.
Yes, and thank you. So once we have those numbers, we should probably insert them as well for the same reasons as the other resolution we just discussed. Thank you,
Good point,
Mr. Chair.
Alder Festa. Further discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair.
Alder Rodriguez.
Thank you. While I am in support of the item, I'm a little concerned about the item. I understand vital statistics, keeping really good core records, and also in reference to our pensions and all of that. I am concerned on how this is going to work in all of the departments, bringing them together for purposes of privacy and confidentiality and many things. But I also understand that those who are the makers and those who are taking care of this item have brought to our attention that they are being very careful about this and how this is going to operate eventually. And also, Mr. Chair, you did bring that maybe in the future we may be able to have a workshop. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. I think you were raising really good questions. I think this project overall is of significant interest to the public and to this board. And I would be happy to talk with leadership about the appropriate committee for which a workshop would be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Alder Wingate.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in support of this item. I was going to make the suggestion as my colleague that we should have a workshop on this particular item.
Thank you, Alder Wingate. Are you in favor of the item?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion of this item? Seeing none. All in favor with a favorable recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The item will move forward with a favorable recommendation. That concludes the business portion of the meeting tonight, but we are not finished. We will move forward with the second part of our meeting, which are the departmental budgetary workshops. But first, we're going to recess for a few minutes for a comfort break. We are recessed. Yes.
So you they can't charge for digital files under, I don't think that's the law.
Oh, 822.
Nigeria?
No, I don't know. I think it's all the way.
Vegetarian, how you doing?
Five-year between the agreement and in the amount of blah, blah, blah. After communications and performance, so communications, comma, the amount.
Are you kidding me?
I can't write as fast as you. Well, that's why I write a thumbs down. So that's why I came and saw you. There you go. We're a well-oiled machine.
I understand that, but even in shoes.
Okay. You're back. I was gonna recognize you.
But yeah, I talked to him, I talked to Ashley. Good, good. Well, that was great. We explained it to the But is that's not bonus? Right, perhaps. Yeah, I totally understand. Yeah. I'm very. Girl, we gotta get it all in. All of it. Is she? Yeah, I'm very impressed. But I wasn't first, because that's the first year I got. It's okay. Because I said, well, her mind is never. Oh, seriously?
Madam President.
You said Madam President, King said, it's okay, Madam President.
Madam President.
It said, it's okay, Madam President. I'm like, what? I didn't know.
Look at me. I just look older and older and older.
Colleagues, we're going to get started here in just a moment, so we invite folks to take their seats.
Mr. Gorman, welcome back to these chambers. Nice to see you.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Good. First couple of weeks back, long hours and keeping me on my toes. Yeah.
Did you see the?
What department? Well, why didn't you see? Why didn't you send me something?
They did.
You did? Today?
Yes.
Oh, well, just
Oh,
wanted to say
good.
hi.
You happy to do that?
Soon. Yeah, yeah, I did, I missed. My family was here.
And I'm just gonna be the stay at home.
Yeah. There you go. Wanna go in first? Sure. But we'll be talking.
Okay.
Just wanted to say hi.
I think as owner of the
Yeah.
18th Ward,
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah. He only eats the vegetarian.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. This committee meeting is back in session. I would like to recognize our colleague Alder Miller, who's here in chambers with us. And so now we're going to do the departmental budgetary workshops. We're going to depart just slightly from the published sequence. We're gonna begin with the Office of Building and Inspection, and then we'll proceed in the published sequence after that. So, and as the city staff are coming to the table, let me just remind colleagues that last time we had a workshop, we received the deck.
No, there's a new
Oh, there's a new deck. Okay, well,
Yes.
there's the old deck, out with the old, in with the new.
None of the budget information changed, but there's a lot more peripheral information.
Okay. So if you wouldn't mind getting that information to us, we'll take a moment to do that. Okay, well, thank you for handing out the deck. Now we would love to have your names and addresses for the record.
My mic's not working.
Your mic is on. Go ahead.
Robert Dillon, 632 Woodward Avenue.
Carlos Izaguirre, 244 McKinley, New Haven.
Shannon McHugh, 925 Orinoco Road, Waterbury, Connecticut.
We're all ears.
Well, we passed out the presentation, and I am going to pass it over to Bob to tell you about the work that his department does, and I'm just going to give you the page number before I do. It's page 25.
Page 25, thank you very much. We like the number 25.
And I'm going to pass it on.
Thank you. Good evening. The Office of Building Inspections Enforcement is focused on customer service, public safety, and providing the best possible advice and inspection services to homeowners, contractors, and developers. We administer a wide variety of permits from residential to non-residential construction within the community, according to state and local building codes. Our goal is to ensure the safety of the public by requiring building construction projects adhere to these codes. The department is also instrumental in creating an environment in which the quality of construction and development can occur in the New Haven neighborhoods. Over the course of fiscal 26, we issued 97 certificates of occupancies, which equates to 610 dwelling units in the city. So some apartment buildings might, be a plus 60, where if you're converting a 2 to a 3, you might have a plus 1. But in all, it was 610 new dwellings for the city. We also issued 191 violation letters, which is quite a bit, I thought. 47 of these are currently resolved. Attached, you'll see our budget period for the office for fiscal 26-27. And we also, I think you have the slide as well. This was a building violations per ward, so that might be helpful, in the audience that I have tonight. But you could break this up so that you can see what ward had how many violations. There's no rhyme or reason. It's just either complaints or something we trip across. Sometimes we partner up at LCI or FM or FG, and sometimes you can see it. Sorry, fire marshal. We called for a variety of responses. At night I go out a lot of times for a car versus home or a building, and that kind of would move toward a violation letter in some instances. I showed you on one of your slides the fiscal for last year was $19 million. We finished the year. This year we're looking at 26 million in revenue, which to my knowledge is the most OBLE's ever taken in. Currently we put deposits YTD fiscally 21-1 as of yesterday, positive for the year. I have
21,001.
I'm sorry, 21 million.
YTDs,
Yeah, year to date fiscally.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Acronyms are fine,
You're right.
but sometimes we don't know.
I agree 100%. So, fiscal year to date, 21,173,000. I have all the confidence that I'll make the $26 million budget by July 1st, even though there's only like 7 weeks left. But I have some commitments out there, some IOUs, so to speak, from other departments. Also, the department itself does a lot of other things. We had 6,585 inspections fiscally year to date. So that's July 1st to this morning. This comes right off my computer. So almost 7,000 inspections from the staff. These are just ad-libs. These are just things that I brought up that are above and beyond the slides in front of you. I'm going to just share. Because, it's a busy city, and as you can see, you look around it really is. We recently took in some permits for 276 Winchester Avenue. They're going to create a food hall over there, which I think is fantastic. 97 Essex Street has 70 new apartments. We just got the foundation permit this morning, so that'll be a big change over there. We have a thermal plant that I just got this week. So the thermal plant's on the corner of Edwards and Prospect. That is the geothermal plant. So the geothermal wells are the bottom of Whitney and Edwards, and on the top, the plant will sit and it'll look like a regular building. It'll be quiet, there's no smokestacks, nothing. But that's the geothermal, that's the engine, so to speak, for all the piping that's down below. We also, coming in next year, we're going to have 333 Crown Street, which is a $224 million construction. It's a 40-month period of construction on Crown Street. It's otherwise known as the Drama Center, the Gepin Center, whatever they want to name it. That alone is a $7.9 million fee in revenue for the city of New Haven that'll go into fiscal next year. 129 Whaley. You're going to have a 5-story apartment building over there, roughly 50 units. Permit fee for that alone, it's Haynes Construction, will be $230,000 just for that one project. Eastview Terrace has a $17 million rehab plan, and that'll be New Haven Housing, and that'll be starting soon. Level Street has $20 million in construction, will be 50 more additional units. I just had to share some of those things that I pulled and extrapolated from my computer this morning. So I think, like I said, we should make budget, and open up to questions.
I will say, just on the expense budget, it's pretty much status quo. There's a small increase, inflationary increase, and a small salary increase, but other than that, it really was a status quo budget. And you can see the statistics, a summary of that on page 32. Just, where there were increases. But overall, it's essentially status quo.
Thank you very much. Any further information before we ask questions? Thank you so much. So the queue is open for colleagues to ask questions about the proposed budget for this important department, OBIE, Building Inspection and Enforcement. Questions from colleagues? Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. That's awesome that we're going to reach the 26 million, but I'm just looking for clarification. You said by 7/1.
Yep, that's your fiscal year close. So I'm pretty confident. So I spoke to contractors. I had a meeting with Dale this morning as well, because that's going to be the biggest contributor between now and the end of the year fiscally. We should have our budget met, I would say, by the 3rd week of May. Pretty close.
So for fiscal year 26-27 will be on target.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was my biggest concern coming into this meeting.
Page 33 has the budgeted revenues for the department. And we did lower the expectation for 2027, given the fact that we know some of the big projects have come in already and won't be the same volume of projects in the coming year, but still a very healthy number. It's $22.5 million down from $26 million.
I'm at 22 million roughly today, pretty close. The thermal plant, I talked to both Yale and Whiting Turner. that has a job in Point Prospect, and that is, and just that one job is a $3,045,000 permit fee. And I asked for that to fill the budget.
Okay, so we will close well and we will start well.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues?
Mr. Chair.
Alder Rodriguez.
In reference to the statistics information that you provided, this is, I believe, on page 27. You share that there were 191 issued violations.
Yes.
And it appears that 47 were resolved. My question is, the 191, is that just for 25, 26?
Year to date. So fiscally, so I took everything from July 1st to today. Because we're all working out of calendar, we're working the fiscal.
Okay.
So from July 1st to 20.
But do we know if those violations are existent from, some of those violations are existent from prior years and they're still lingering?
Good question. I actually don't have an answer, but I would think a lot of them are not.
Thank you. And can you share why it is that maybe I'd say what, 2/3 have not been
So,
addressed?
yeah, so they have been addressed. So we do violation letters and we increase, so the building department, and I've had a lot of success doing something a little different. So we increased the fees it's for the violation letters, and you'll see that in front of you in one of the slides. It talks about an increase from the first letter to the second letter, we said. A lot of these now I refer to somebody at the state prosecutor in housing court, it's Donna Parker, and we've had nothing but success and a really good rapport with her. So a lot of these are starting to go that way. We probably have like 10 or 12 in there right now. And I have the most success doing that because then they get a summons and they have to go to court to show up. And so it's just kind of like we kind of push the boat and then somebody else takes off. She's an excellent, and she's an New Haven Police Department employee. And we're trying to improve that.
Do you have enough personnel to address the violations?
We do. We have, I think 4 opens in OBIE. There's a few down in HR, and I use that term down in HR. So they've gone through the process, they're qualified, and then that list has to be certified in order for them to get interviewed. So I'm hopeful that we'll have a full staff by midsummer.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, may I ask one more question?
Yes, Alder Rodriguez.
Thank you. In reference to the 610 new dwelling units, are these dwelling units that are now existent, or do they include the projects that have been approved but have not put a shovel in the ground yet? Thank you.
Thank you. So these are all the projects that have a certificate of occupancy. So a certificate of occupancy, I always call it a birth certificate. So this is something new, right? So the apartment building, or you might say, is a new apartment building, and now people are living there. They get a certificate of occupancy. When we do a 2 to 3 family, they get a certificate of occupancy for a 3 family, where they used to be 2 family. And we only count it as a +1. So there's not 3 new dwellings, there's only 1. So yeah, that's how we calculate that. And again, this is just all about the data that we have on a program that we use called Minnesota.
So the certificates of approval issued, those are based on dwellings that are existing?
So certificate of approval and certificate of occupancy are 2 different things. Certificate of occupancy is a change. Certificate of approval, if you have a new roof put on, you get a CA, certificate of approval for your new roof, because you already have it.
Okay, for example, in my ward, I have a 194 unit project on the corner of Davenport and El Abrazo Boulevard that has been given all the goes, but nothing's happened.
That's not a counted issue.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, we're trying to track housing best we can and try to help other departments as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. I think maybe just to restate, the certificate of occupancy comes near the end of the process when the project is basically done, and that certifies that it's ready to be occupied. So it comes at the end.
So, Mr. Chair, so you have indicated we have.
So you have another question,
610.
Alder Rodriguez?
Thank you, yes, Mr. Chair.
I guess my intervention caused you to want to ask another question.
Thank you, Mr.
Please go ahead.
So the 610 are new dwelling units, not including all these other ones that are going to be taking
Yeah.
place in the future.
Yeah, and
Thank
I
you.
think it's exciting times, because like 19 Elm Street on the corner of Elm and State, they'll be in for the certificate of occupancy, midsummer, like July. That's 60 more certificate of occupancy, 60 more dwelling units in the city of Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. Next in the queue is Alder Wingate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation as well. On page 28, I looked at the wards, and I don't see 29 or 30. That is that's in this particular page, building codes violation, and I represent Blake and Fitch. That I just see the large violation for Fitch and Blake, those houses on the corner that's been down for a very long time. Fitch, yeah. Would that monies, is it projected in this, or will that be going into 2027?
So our violation letters are a fee and not a fine.
Okay.
And it's an administration fee that we collect, and it goes in the general fund. And that's, we lien the property, so that's our best way to get satisfaction. If somebody doesn't pull a permit, we lien the property, we both get the fee for the lien, and then we also get the permit at the end of the day.
So there was nothing in Ward 29 or Ward 30?
Nothing that came up. So
Nothing that came up.
the Fitch property that you're speaking of, I believe, was more, I'll let Liam speak about maybe LCI.
Okay.
They had some blight to it.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I just was gonna, Alderman, it's a good question and a good catch there as well, because I noticed it. Yeah, he's, Alderman is referring to probably housing code violations.
Yes.
Like, and that you'll hear, and Director Brennan will have probably a good deal more on that as well when he comes up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Wingate. Good eye, Alder Wingate. The way it reads, because there are no other gaps earlier in the sequence, it makes one wonder if the chart just got cut off, because the two wards that don't have happen to be at the end of the list.
Yeah.
Whereas there aren't gaps earlier on in the sequence of wards. So we would encourage you just to double check your chart to make sure something didn't get cut off. Otherwise, it's quite a coincidence, isn't it? All right, thank you, Alder Wingate. Further questions from colleagues? Alder Fro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Just kind of going through not this, but our budget book. And what I saw was 61,000 in non-personnel.
All right, what page are you on? When we look at personnel.
45, yes.
Yeah. Yes, that was, we took the total, and we broke out what was, personnel costs and what wasn't. And that's where we got that number.
What does that?
So that would be mileage, professional meetings, books, maps, dictation, vehicles, uniforms.
Yeah.
Yeah, all those.
Okay. So as I look at this, but I try to compare this to what's in the book, and sometimes it doesn't always make sense to my head. So I'm also wondering, sorry, thank you again for your presentation, the staffing compared to the amount of permits that are going out. Do you expect there to be any kind of bottleneck? Do we have enough staffing?
We do, in my opinion. Year and a half ago, maybe, I met with, I guess the head facility person at Yale, and, because they had all this work coming, and there was a lot of that conversation. And I brought back a part-timer, and thank you for supporting the funding for the part-time positions. Appreciate that. That was about 2 years ago. There was a gentleman named Dan O'Neill who worked for the city for 30 years, and he came back. He is my Yale liaison for plan review. He's done an excellent job. I do think they have enough staff for anything. We do have some positions open. I have, again, some people that have applied, I don't know, but I do know that they're in HR going through the process, and that list has to be certified in order to interview. I do think we'll be close to fully staffed by midsummer.
Thank you for that. This department heavily relies on development. And so if projects slow, as what we've been hearing with some of our big organizations, or if they're delayed, what is the downside or the risk to permits and inspection revenues?
Right. So I definitely think there's a headwind as opposed to years past. But the projects that I've spoken to, again, mostly this month coming into budget, making sure that these partnerships are still there. And everybody's told me that they're still committed on the larger projects, which is budget driven. And so that I feel comfortable that we'll still hit the 22 million. I can't speak to departments that have been already approved. If those are going to go forward or not, I haven't heard anything. I would say elsewhere.
Great. And I think, Mr. Chair, I'll just lean on your expertise. We already have the online permitting.
We do.
But all of that online, the digital section, that wouldn't be this department. Would that be? That would be IT. Okay. So I won't ask any questions about that.
Okay, sure. While I'm on this table.
Sure.
So we're soon going to a new online permitting system called Granicus. So we're transitioning out of Municipal, which we currently use, and by year's end, we're going to go to Granicus. And that was our, we're working through those workshops now. We have a third party called OptiScan, and they've taken every single piece of paper in LBIE, the maps, all the old permits, and they've rescanned them all. And they're in the violation line, and they're all going to be digitized. And so, in their cabinets in the office. So it's kind of nice to have finally closure on the paper.
And this is something that all of your inspectors would need to be trained, or they have been trained on it.
It's kind of like we integrate with it as it comes along.
Okay. There was something that was talked about a few years ago. Maybe it was the one that we already have, but that would be public access, and that alders would also be able to track to see what was going on in their wards. Is that this same system?
I don't know.
Or am I exaggerating? Or wishful thinking?
I like the idea. I like to be transparent as possible. I don't know. You know what? I could ask Granicus if that's a possibility. I know a lot of it's going to.
You know how nosy we are.
I know a lot of it's public facing. Very transparent.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Would you like me to follow up on that point?
I think we'll wait it out. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Further questions from colleagues for our building department? Further questions from colleagues? I have one, which is my understanding of the process is that it's not a one and done. It's not just one step when you have a major project. There's the building, there's demo permits, there's other permits, and then you revisit the property as the build is taking place. And then at the end, there's like a kind of re-evaluation of the project, and there might be additional revenue that's gotten because it's more valuable than we anticipated and such. And so how is that going? And you must be in the midst of that with some of the big projects.
Yeah. So big project conversation. So the policy of the OBIE for as long as I've worked for any of my predecessors, any job that's over $100,000, we get what's called a revised estimate. So I asked for, everybody has their own way, I asked for a change order line. So that's like, every sub on the job has to be transparent, show me a change order line. So Concat on 200 Dixwell is coming in for their CO, which is exciting, right? It's been a long project. And I just had that conversation yesterday with Whiting Turner. I need to see the change order. It's a schedule of value, and that means we hold our partners accountable to how this all works. To that point, Suffolk Construction over Corner Prospect and Safety will be I'll be receiving a check in about 3 weeks for a revised estimate, and the revenue is $850. I keep very tight tabs on it. if it is called a revised estimate. We don't give a CO until we have a revised estimate, anything over 100.
Right.
And that's leverage, and we hold that.
Right. And it's not the case that values go down typically, it's,
No.
they go.
So oddly enough, the job that's going to come into an end, fiscal 27, is going to be the neuroscience. So I don't know how big that revised estimate is going to be because the permit fee was so big, and they've been working off that permit fee for 5 years almost. So, but there is going to be a revised estimate due at the end of that project. And I don't have that accounted in my accounting at all, 0. So, because I don't know if that's a floating number because they're still chipping away at the original permit fee.
How do you feel about the current schedule of fees that the department charges for developments?
Well,
It's been a few years since we've revised it.
It has. So I like the way the new fee schedule currently says. It makes it easier because we have a residential fee and a commercial fee. I do think we're on par or even above because I reached out to Stanford, who's always been like our sister revenue producing city, I guess you could say, or town. They hit like 17 million this year. I mean, we've already surpassed that. And their fees are lower than ours, but I think we are higher than anybody else in our market for being equivalent. I think maybe next year that's something we can revisit. We did go up on the research, and we went up on the violation fees. Because our research fees now align with city plan and LCI. Because they were 40, they were 100, so we brought those up.
I have the document here. There were 2 new fees for the release of zoning code violation orders. It had been $250, but now there's a second line, and that would be $350, and then a final release of $400. So there's an introduction of 2 new fees.
Could you say what those are again?
They are release of zoning code violation orders.
Okay. Could you say more about what those?
They can.
I think I understand what the words mean,
so
but.
If there's a zoning violation, it's a fee because once you put a record on something, you have to undo all that.
Right.
And that's not free.
After it's been rendered.
Right, and that's not free. We have to go out once or twice, and then, so in order to get that off the records, there's an administration fee, because the legal's involved, court counsel's involved as well.
And you have to reinspect.
Exactly, so that is $250, and then to take it off the land records, it's, I think it's $400, $350. So that just gets escalated. Because sometimes we have things we do more than one trip to the same property, unfortunately, to try to get compliance. And we're not looking around to compliance, it would be much easier, stuff like that.
So those are the changes to the fee schedule that are in the ordinance submitted.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate your responses. Any further questions on this topic? Seeing none, thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
And now we'll move forward with the rest of the departments as listed in our agenda, starting with the Office of Labor Relations. Good evening.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, please.
Wendell Alfatti, 33 Cold Spring Drive, Enfield.
What page are we on now?
It is at the end, it is the last one in this document, and it starts on page.
Okay. Everybody's got the right page.
Sorry, what was it?
46.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I know that when the mayor's budget was presented, I had a family emergency and could not present my budget at that time, so I really appreciate the opportunity.
We're glad to have you tonight.
Thank you. Well, as you know, the Office of Labor Relations represents the city in all aspects of labor and some aspects of employment law in connection with the contracts, managing those contracts, negotiating those contracts. We also provide assistance to department heads, supervisors and managers, as well as to the executive staff. in relation to labor relations matters, not just to our bargaining unit members, but also non-bargaining unit members, essentially executive management. We are currently in the midst of our contract negotiation cycle. We currently have 3 contracts that are in the midst of being negotiated, with an additional 3 contracts that will expire at the end of June, and for which we have not commenced our actual negotiations, but the preliminary work has already started with relation to that. So it's a busy cycle for us. And as you know, I've come before this committee a few months ago to do some reclassification for vacant positions in the office. Those positions haven't been filled, so we still understaffed, but getting the work done nonetheless. To the budget, it is, there are no significant changes to the budget. As you know, you approved the reclassification of 2 positions in the office, and we certainly appreciate that. The modest increase that you see with respect to the salary line, it's consistent with GWI for the 2 existing staff in the office, myself included.
That would be general wage increases?
Yes, general wage increases.
General.
For those that you've probably seen, consistent with other executive management departments that have come before you. Everything else is pretty consistent. With respect to the budget last year, there are no other changes. The 2 reclassified positions netted a savings, a modest savings for the city in terms of salary, but the increase that you see of $5,455 is consistent with general wage increases.
Anything to add?
No, I was just going to reference, there are 3 labor contracts that are moving through, and in relation to that, the city had budgeted $6.136 million in that salary reserve, so I just wanted to point out.
Thank you for reminding us of that. Our deputy CAO was quite hardworking in reminding us of that in our last budget workshop, so we appreciate you doing that. Okay, thank you for your presentation. We will now take questions from members of the committee. The queue is open for questions from committee members. Queue is open. Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I'm just concerned about the 2 vacancies that you have. Do you know where we stand with them? Have there been applicants?
There have been a number of applicants for the non-attorney position. That is working through the civil service process. My understanding is that we have probably 5 or 6 applicants that have successfully gone through the process. I was assured that at the end of April, HR would be providing me with approximately 6 people to interview. We have had no bites on the senior labor relations attorney position, so that is still, unfortunately, we have had no success in an application. Not one application has come through.
And what do you think that is due to? I can guess, but.
And your guess would be correct. It has to do with the amount of money that the city is offering salary.
How do we compare to other municipalities, our size regarding that salary? And do they have, that big of an office, or small of an office, I should say?
Our office, the capacity of the work that we do in our office is quite substantial. The other municipalities have larger staff. Our main competitor is really the state. Most of the other municipalities are supported by law firms, or there are people from law firms that join the municipalities, and they're being compensated to the level that they are used to. Our biggest competitor, as I said, is the state. They're having difficulty filling positions as well. And I've reached out to my state colleagues to send me all of their unsuccessful candidates. And I understand the pool is not really where you want to be swimming, so to speak, not the very best. But I don't have any answers for you. All I can tell you, all the best, is that we keep we keep doing what we're doing. We've advertised everywhere we can think of to advertise, and we've passed our network out there. We're looking for people, and that's about all. And eventually, I think we'll fill the position, but it's just a matter of when. I can't guarantee it.
So does it make sense in the interim to have, I don't know if this is even allowed, interns to come and help out? I know the process is long and you don't want to have to spend time that you already don't have.
That's part of it. The time it takes. Labor is a niche area of the law. It's quite unique, and it requires people with experience. So, we've considered going into the law schools, perhaps looking for graduates that people are about to graduate. That is obviously the avenue that we're looking at. But that requires training, and that is time consuming. It takes away from already depleted resources, but it's something that we have been looking at. Which is, I can tell you, that's what a lot of the law firms are doing, but they have the capacity to do the training that it takes. I think it takes about 2 years to get somebody acclimated to the city of New Haven and the volume of work and the number of contracts and the issues that we're presented with. We're not losing the war.
No.
We still continue to do the work.
No, but I'm sure, everybody wants to take their vacations too, and there's a gap there.
And they do, they do.
Good. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues for our Director of Labor Relations, Alder Furlong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation this evening. So 13 bargaining units, holy cow, 5,000 employees. It's amazing because we don't see that many people here at City Hall and how big the actual city is. So there's 3 that are active, and one of those is fire. I don't remember, 844.
Fire, 844, and parks.
And parks, okay.
That are currently being negotiated.
And then there's 3 that are
about to expire in 2 months.
And that's
3144, nurses
attorneys.
and attorneys.
Okay, I saw in the budget there's about 6.1 million in reserve.
Yes.
Is that going to do it? Or are you going to come back and ask us for more?
I think it's going to do it. I think that we saw a significant increase in everything for everyone 3 years ago, right after COVID, when those contracts were settled. As you know, many of those contracts were several years past the expiration date, so a large chunk of that was retro payments. The increases weren't terribly significant, but this year we're looking at GWIs that are, from what I've been seeing, it's pretty consistent, what people are asking for. We just have to negotiate those.
And just 2 more short questions. Just wondering, I'd like to hear from your perspective, because you cover so much of every department that's important to our city. What do you think our financial pressure is?
I think staffing is an issue. I think we are focusing on operational changes that will have significant long-term impact. As people move out of city service, as they age out, as they retire, we've got to be able to develop a strong labor force. And many of the things that we used to do in the past, we've got to change. So I think those are considered operational. And I think that requires time. And unions are often, they're used to doing things the way they used to do things. So there's a lot of resistance. And resistance means litigation. We're fighting all the time. But I think that, as I said, we're not losing the war. We're actually making significant progress, and the change is positive.
I think that what you've been doing in regards to title change is part of that process.
Yes, it's part of that process, yeah.
Do you see anything coming through possibly, well, you know what, I'm not gonna ask about litigation because who knows how that can happen. that can go either way. But my final question, Mr. Chair, is about the GWI. That is attached, you said that was?
General wage increase.
General wage increase. That's attached to employees' pay, not attached to.
It's annual. It's really an annual increase, cost of living increase, general wage increase that employees see. We can keep some of the costs down by not having step movements and reducing those step movements, maybe not granting them every year, maybe every other year. Those are some of the things that keep our costs somewhat down. But general wage increases throughout the state, across the board, we know that our employees are they deserve to have general wage increase. Everything is increasing. And our general wage increase can't match the cost of living, actually, with the increases that we're seeing. Most of our general wage increases are modest, but if we were to make our general increases consistent with the increases that we're seeing in society with the cost of everything escalating, I don't know how we as a city could survive, or not just New Haven, any city could survive.
So that's
And healthcare, health insurance.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the healthcare up to Mr. Chair to talk about. Okay, I think that answers my questions. The staff, the longevity, these are things that. Okay, I had something else, but I think I'll just wait. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furler. Further questions from colleagues for our Director of Labor Relations?
Mr. Chair.
Alder Rodriguez.
Thank you. In reference to the, the training and the guidance that you provide for supervisors and managers, do you also do any training for the employees and maybe around the EAP and also any addressing legal matters?
Yes, that's included. We are actively training employees as the situation arises, as the department needs arise, and that's part of the department's budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. Other questions? Alder Walker-Myers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. So for the position that you have candidates for, once you receive the names, you'll be able to interview. Do you think you will be able to interview and choose a candidate by the start of the new fiscal year?
I absolutely hope so.
Okay.
I hope I'll be able to choose that candidate 2 days after. I mean, assuming they accept, of course, you can make an offer and it doesn't necessarily get accepted. As you know, employees are looking for jobs everywhere, and it depends on who gets there faster with an offer that's acceptable. So yeah, I'm hoping to. I was promised the end of April, and I'm really looking at my, yeah. I'm thinking Friday, Monday, Tuesdays, get through those interviews as soon as possible. Absolutely, yeah.
That's why I asked the question, because sometimes things happen and timelines change. And it's obvious that you need that support in that office to deal with the 3 contracts that's being negotiated, and then the 3 that, will be coming up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Walker-Myers. Further questions from colleagues? Alder Furler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just pondering whether I should ask it, and I think I will.
By all means.
Ask, and then if it can't be answered, then that's fine. But I am wondering about, because I did see that there were 31 grievances that were processed. So are there any unresolved grievances or arbitration that could hit us in 27?
That would hit us in 27? We may have, I don't have the exact numbers, but we don't have that many grievances that have not been resolved. We have new grievances being filed weekly, but there aren't, for 3144, there aren't any grievances outstanding. And that's our largest unit. So we've got some for police and fire, those are newer grievances, but we don't have a backlog of grievances, if that's what you're asking. We're subject to the state board's scheduling, and that can take some time because many of the members are not back physically. they're still doing virtual hearings. So when you've got a case, you've got attorney on one side, attorney on the other side, you've got panel members, 3 panel members. So it's a scheduling issue more than
Great. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Farrell. Further questions from colleagues? Just about a point of information, 3144 is the biggest union on the city side of the house. I believe the teachers are the biggest by far.
Right.
Okay. So I'm not going to ask about the details of all the contracts, but I heard you say that one of the bargaining goals for the city is job description changes and other kind of work process changes that take advantage of new technologies, new processes to make the city more efficient. And I understand that. I also understand where tension comes up in that. What are some of the other bargaining goals that the city has? I'm interested, of course, in medical, post-employment benefits is something we've heard about in the past. What are some of the goals that the city has in these contracts going forward?
the city's goal, one of the major goals is to keep our health insurance costs down. There are things that we can't control. There are things that we would rather not pass on to the employee. But unfortunately, the realities are some of it has to be shared because that's the world we live in. Operational, disciplinary, re-educating really our employees. I think that's part of what that's a significant goal. Most of the changes that we've asked the departments to provide us for to help us prepare for our negotiations were things that they thought were not working, and a lot of it is operational. The salaries, the steps, the compensation, that has a way of working itself out. That's generally done face to face. But the difficulty is with when employees, as well as managers, the city are set in the way they operate. It may not be the most efficient. We also have an aging workforce. So as people retire and resign, leave their positions, it presents a great opportunity for us to modernize, up to date, those job descriptions. Some of the job descriptions have been, if someone has been enrolled for 25, 30 years, I can almost guarantee the job description hasn't changed in 25 to 30 years. That doesn't mean that they're doing work that they were doing 25, 30 years ago. I mean, the jobs, they continue to do the work and it's evolved, and what they're doing is pretty consistent with up to date. But you know, telling the union that we need to change a job description or update a job description, they want to know, well, what are you going to do for that? Are you going to compensate me for those changes? I have one today where we had to say, no, their compensation is not going to change. We just want to modernize the job description, make sure that the term, what the employees are actually doing is consistent with what the job description says. And if there are changes that increases their responsibilities and the duties that they perform, then that's when we talk about additional compensation.
So briefly, one move that the city was making was getting many unions, maybe not all of them, to have new employees on the high deductible plan. That was one thing. And the other thing I remember, so you could comment on if that continues to be the strategy. And then the other one was about, for the first time, contributions towards post-employment benefits, retirement medical benefits. So are those things that the city are still pursuing in these contracts?
We are still pursuing those things, and I can tell you that there has been a significant movement for employees to go to high deductible across all lines. And so employees understand the benefits of that. Because they're looking at their healthcare costs escalating. So it's a decision they make, they make, and the existing employees, the old employees, not the newer employees, they've been moving as well to the high deductible plan.
Interesting.
I have the high deductible plan. I think it's fantastic.
Thank you for that additional information. Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here this evening.
Okay, so now we're gonna move to the Economic Development Administration, followed by City Planning. So EDA. I imagine there's a team coming forward. We may need some extra chairs. Director. I think we're good. I see 3 chairs and 3 people, so that should work out. And no additional paper, it's all in the packet. And you will tell us what page?
It starts on page 34.
Starting on page 34. And we have one more person joining us. It's a big team coming forward. We'll take a moment to get everybody situated. Okay. Names and addresses for the record, please, starting in here and moving down.
Okay, good evening. Arlene Samuel, 95 Lincoln Street.
Carlos is the area 244 McKinley Avenue, New Haven.
You can go ahead with your name and address, please.
Tanya Sultana, 56 Cleveland, West Channel, 06516.
Charmaine McAllister, 576 Winthrop Ave.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Mr. Chair, my name is Michael Piscatelli. I'm the Economic Development Administrator for the city, and I reside at 353 Summit Street in New Haven.
Thank you very much. I assume you're going to kick us off.
Oh, yes. Make sure you have your notes.
First of all, just wanted to say thank you tonight, first and foremost, for taking Bob Dylan out of order. We've actually had 3 fire incidents over the last 3 days, so it's been a lot for our team at LCI, the fire department, all public safety teams, so that was very much appreciated. And your time tonight in thinking through with us the journey that we've been on the economic and community development side of the house. As you know, it's been a period of extreme pressures, for lack of a better word, pressures coming out of the pandemic, pressures related to affordability here in the city, maintaining a strong momentum both on the economic side of the house and certainly on housing. So just in that period, we've delivered over 5,500 housing units here in the city. And, you know, I think it's as we sort of like look at the past, but the forward is still very promising. We've got 1,800 units in construction, wrapping up now, a real strong pipeline with really great projects coming forward. Our team is 2% of the city's budget, but as you'll see in the presentation tonight, it leverages special funds. So we have special funds as well, which support our overall headcount. But then I think are leveraging towards new grants. So the discretionary grant pipeline is now well over $100 million. And that's opened up opportunities for us to really work hard at some of the board's key governing goals. So you take a project like the Armory, which, you know, the Armory has been there for a very long time. And now we have a line of sight with some real strong support from the state, that it'll be the new home of the tech school, there'll be housing, strong community component. And without your support, that wouldn't have been possible years ago. So you'll hear a little bit more about that tonight. Some realignment, you know, positions related to wrapping up the American Rescue Plan. But we'll go through it in the order of a larger department, you know, as the reorganization of LCI now a couple of years stabilized for both economic, housing, and cultural affairs. And I'll let the team walk through that just now.
Thank you. So Michael talked about the 3 divisions that make up just the Office of Economic Development, not so much EDA. And Michael mentioned a little bit briefly, we're really supported by 4 there's more, but let's say we talk about 4 tentpole projects that have really been, that are really, we see sort of driving the economic growth, driving equitable growth as well, even in the form of good paying jobs for residents. So that's things like the Union Square project, which is the former Church Street South development. It's been vacant for about 5, 6, maybe more now, since they cleared it out. The city and the housing authority working together in that. City owns about 30 or 40% of the less good land there, think streets and the things that the city still maintain ownership on. So we're working together with the housing authority, who's really the lead on that project. Deputy Administrator Samuel can tell you a little more about the housing stuff, but we're talking about upwards of 2,500 units, new units of housing there, in a multi-phase project, with a significant amount of them affordable, but a strong mixed income project. The other ones, again, that we were in front of you just was in March, the English Station decommissioned power plant, which has been decommissioned since 1992. So vacant for upwards of 35 years. We received permission from this board to acquire the site, and our goal there is to build a new city park on that site. We have a $10 million potential $10 million award to build the park should we be successful in acquiring the site. So you'll be hearing a lot about that, both here and both around town over the next few months as we work closer to our goal of acquiring it. The other one, and he's not here today, but is led by one of our other deputy directors, Dean Mack, is the Innovation Cluster Initiative. This was a $50 million award. This is a new state fund, $100 million to grow innovation districts statewide, and particularly in our Connecticut cities. There's a lot of exciting projects coming out of all of our peer cities there in the state, but it was really an honor to be the first one out the gate. We were the first award, $50 million, to do for our innovation cluster district in the bioscience, in the Downtown Crossing Bioscience Medical District. So this $50 million, so this will be a major part of the work plan, bringing in a lot of other team members in here, including folks like cultural affairs, because there's a significant cultural equity component, and some of the, and when you do a development this large, with things like art and what kind of events are held there and that sort of thing, public access. But that, but a lot of this $50 million will enable the completion of Downtown Crossing. So think, I guess it's phase 4, but this is phase 4, phase 3. I know we sort of phase 2 is become a big part of it, but this is allowing us to finish the Downtown Crossing project. I think the Temple Street pedestrian multimodal crossing that we haven't completed yet. That we're talking about an arc bridge. And so really exciting infrastructure projects like that will also enable us, we hope, to build a third building sort of on the Downtown Crossing College, 101 College Street sites, parcel B. You may have been reading about it in the paper, and we obviously came to you for, to apply and accept the grant last year. So that's another commercial building on reclaimed land that was formerly Route 34 that will support primarily quantum computing, as well as some of the traditional biotech. And quantum computing, which I'm not the right person to explain it, and I don't know if anybody up here is on this side of the table, but is really one of the other next big things. We hear a lot about AI, everything. All the other cities put in for the innovation cluster on AI, and which is great, but great in some ways. We could have a debate about that, but we're really putting the marker down on quantum computing, which is similar in the sense that this really high-powered computing that can theoretically solve many of the world's issues, like diseases and really stubborn illnesses and stuff like that. So that's really going to be Yale and in conjunction with UConn is really sort of trying to lay down the marker to be the home quantum computing in the United States. So that's the other really exciting part that we were sort of recognized, using our thought partners in quantum to be the first out to go on that. So that's sort of those are sort of the larger underpinning major projects, and you see it sort of spans things from housing to job growth to infrastructure and things like that. So with that, I'll just maybe hand off a little bit, because the housing department has become such a big driver for economic development. So with that, I think Deputy Administrator Samuel can give you a little update on some of the achievements of the Housing Division last year and then this upcoming.
Housing administration development, our team focuses basically on everything involving housing, affordable housing, providing, preserving, creating new affordable units, both homeownership and rental units for the citizens of the city. In the last year, we've had, oh my gosh, we've completed almost 2,000 units last year. This year we have over 1,800 coming online as new units to the city. And by 2027, we're looking at a little over 3,000. We have our rental units. We have our home ownership units, which we currently, I'm proud to say, we just broke ground on 2 new city-owned projects. One on Thompson and Star, which is a combination, and Winchester Star, which is 15 first-time affordable, will be 15 first-time affordable home ownership units, 4 rental units, and then 3 on Grand Avenue, which will be 3 new home ownership units with rental units attached. We have completed, a few of our partners have completed major developments. 340 Dixwell is fully leased up now. Monarch Apartments over on Derby Avenue, they're fully leased up. Cadence on Canal is almost fully leased up over there. We have projects coming up. Carlos alluded to the Union Square partnership with the Housing Authority, which is going to be probably about a 10-year project. It's going to be phased in. The first 2 phases hopefully start within the next couple of years once funding is in place and everything. And the first couple of phases will incorporate a little over 500 units in commercial. We also are hoping to move forward with the State King George parcels, the Orange and Crown parcel. We're bringing hopefully some more affordable home rental units to downtown as well. Then we have our programs which we thrive on, which our down payment assistance program, I do have stats for those programs of what we have actually provided to homeowners over the last year. Our down payment assistance program, we've assisted over 71 homeowners, over $1 million in down payment assistance have become first-time home buyers in the city to provide first-time affordable home ownership, because our programs are all based upon affordability and helping the lower income people be able to afford home ownership. Our ERAP program, over 83 homeowners have been assisted, $1.8 million into that program and helping people make repairs to their homes that are necessary, whether it's new roof, windows, furnaces, things to make their house livable and help them preserve their home for themselves and their families. Our security deposit program, which is the STAR program, I think it's just taking over all of our other programs. This is the STAR of our department, has helped 973 tenants in the city move into new apartments in the city to the tune of $2.8 million. And that's a young program. We started that with Castle, then Castle went out, we used ARPA. And then when the ARPA ran out, we switched some other funding around to continue the program because it's really, really a great program, much needed. And like I said, it pretty much all our programs are really used, but security deposit just took over all of them. Our elderly repair program, we've helped 22 elderly homeowners remain in their homes and make repairs that they need. A lot of them to actually transform their homes so they don't have to move out. So, if they need new ramps or change their shower bars, lower the cabinets, things that help them to stay in their home and not have to move into a nursing home or something, or with someone else. Our BMR, Below Market Registry, which kicked off a few years back with ARPA, is amazing. We have over 5,000 units listed on it. I don't know if you've been on the website, check out the city's website. The things that IT has done to it to make it so accessible where you can literally click and find information. You don't just find units that are available, you find the landlord information, you can click on it. Some of them may even have a link to the applications. Like every day is becoming more and more accessible. It's becoming a big asset to people looking for housing, affordable housing within the city of New Haven. In addition to the BMR, our project manager has also become the city's fair housing person. So people who have fair housing issues are also going through our department to help find resolutions to any issues they may have. And we're also doing IC compliance and compliance for any units in the city that are deed restricted and have certain restrictions and affordability quotients that they're supposed to be following. We're also doing compliance on that as well. And then we also provide gap financing to our partners, the bigger rental unit developments, and then our smaller partners, nonprofit partners, such as Beulah Land, NHS, Mutual Housing. And I'm proud to say we were tasked last year, I think it was the mayor tasked us with starting to try to bring up more development companies in organizations in the city. And we have, within the last 6 to 8 months, there's been an influx of more individuals and organizations within the city, which are now becoming nonprofits and looking to start partnering to do more nonprofit development within the city. And that's all I got.
It's quite a lot. Thank you very much. Please continue.
No questions right here. We have one more.
We're gonna hear from all of you and then we'll ask questions.
Wait, I'm sorry.
One more thing.
Are we addressing numbers or anything?
Well, yes, that will be the key thing that will need to happen before your presentation's over. So if there's some numbers you want to address now, you may, or you can wait until after all the other programmatic updates.
I was just gonna point out, we're only asking for 3 positions.
Only 3?
Only 3. To be moved over. They were ARPA funded positions, and one is that security deposit, and one is the compliance and BMR. And those are like true important positions to the city.
So moving 3 positions from ARPA funded positions to general funded.
Correct.
General funded.
And that's it.
And who do much of the work, that, Arlene was talking about, and I can attest to, being down to these programs. There's just so many scores of people coming every day for security deposit.
And someone else will talk about the manager process control that we see in our book.
Let's do cultural affairs and then we'll
do it. Thank you. Last, and our new, really exciting to have a new member of the team who's done a lot of great work in town already. Shemaine McAllister joined us late last year to be the new head of cultural affairs for the city. They did so much great work, with the cultural equity plan during ARPA, uncovering, allowing local artists to really have a chance to shine, downtown and really, in sort of the new spaces, sort of turning some of these events like Black Wall Street, the New Haven Grand Prix and Pizza Fest, have become real tourism drivers for the whole state, and so that's some of the high level work that you see that the arts and culture folks do, and then a lot of the traditional cultural vitality grants and things that they've been running for years, and that support small artists and small artist organizations throughout the year. So Shemaine, you want to just talk a little more about the work of last year and what you foresee for this year?
Yeah, so good evening. Really nice to see you. So yes, as Carlos said, we are proud to steward the Department of Arts, Culture, and Tourism, Connecticut's cultural capital. Speaking to my colleagues in other cities, everyone knows that it's all going down in New Haven. And prior to me coming on late October, Kim Futrell, our deputy director, did an amazing job in stewarding the department. Last year, we gave out $94,000 in our neighborhood vitality grant. Our neighborhood vitality grant this year closes tonight. So if you have anyone who needs to apply, tonight is the deadline. But in our time, we have been proud to collaborate with departments like the Fair Rent Commission. On your way up here, you may have saw their exhibition down at the bottom. We worked with the British Art Museum to have the kids write down, what is my block? What does home look like for me? And that's of a larger project that we have called Studio Haven, and using City Hall as a venue. We have had folks, we were proud to have the Puerto Ricans United have their Abolish Slavery event here. A lot of people want to come and exhibit their work here at City Hall, so we're proud to do that. Folks might be familiar with Elm City Flow, our poetry event that happens monthly that has now moved to the Sandbox, but it is our vision that this is a living, breathing building. It is not just still. We want folks in New Haven to know that they can come here and do their work here for free. So we're proud to do that. In our time, we are proud to have supported the Connecticut Slam team, who is still #1 in the nation. Our youth slam team is going to compete this year. We had our first artist in New Haven attend the Harlem Fine Art Show. and exhibit their work there. This is like, one of the Super Bowls of art exhibitions, but us working with groups and folks who are active in New Haven, and it also drives tourism as well. Like, we are a poetry hub here. I know folks know we have a poet laureate, and we have a youth poet laureate. We have countless people from around the state reaching out to us about our poet laureate program. So we're happy to be stewarding that, and then also advocating for arts for the nation overall. We were proud to go to American for the Arts last week and speak to Senator Blumenthal and Representative Rosa DeLaura and Chris Murphy about NEA and about what we have going on here in New Haven. And then on the tourism side, tourism is not just us wanting to bring people into New Haven. A lot of it is having the people in New Haven fall back in love with the city that they live in. There's a great pride here, and we just want to expand upon that because New Haven does have it all, and you don't need to leave to do it. To achieve your dreams, it's all right here, and our department is doing our best to make that happen and bridge a gap where there might be one. We have joined a Tri-City collective with Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport. At times, we are seen as, New Haven, Hartford, Bridgeport. But us as a group together, we are working together to do programming together to promote folks going to all three cities and seeing that, there's no competition. There's more than enough seats for everybody, and in our work together. And into that, things that we're working on this year that we are very excited about is a New Haven merchandise program project with the Economic Development Corporation. And then also we are preparing for our summer programming. But coming into this position, I didn't need to produce anything. I didn't need to come in and flood with programming. There's already phenomenal programming happening. Carlos mentioned Black Wall Street. We have things like Fair Haven Day. We're about to go into a series of neighborhood festivals. Art Walk is next week. Black Wall Street. And a lot of people are coming on their tenure of people who are ready to scale. People who have been doing things 5 years, 10 years, and our department is doing our best to bridge gaps so that people scale up, which will not just help us here in New Haven and what we have going on, but also put more eyes on the city and get people here. So we're really here to serve, and in our 6-month time span, we've done a lot. There's a lot more to be done, but we're making our way, and we're happy to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alders, for giving us an opportunity to talk a little bit about the program as well as the budget numbers themselves. So generally speaking, our budget is level funded. We took a bit of a haircut on some of our other contractual services, in part to make sure we hope to stay fully funded on the programs that really matter. So you see that with the 3 program manager positions we've requested in housing. And each of those positions is currently filled. We'd have to repost them and all of that. But I'll leave you a walk through the quality of the work and the meaningful nature of what they're doing here in the community. So that really matters. I don't think there's also a marketing position that we do to make sure that these programs are well known in the community. So not just that we have security deposit, but that people know we have security deposits, so they're out at events everywhere. The 4th position that we've requested is a position that sort of replaces something for the entire division. There's a typo in the presentation. It looks like it's tucked in the Cultural Affairs Department. It is not for Cultural Affairs. It is a position called Process Improvement, and it's a parallel with a position in the CAO's office, which supports the entire division. So as you know, it's cross-cutting, right? Our departments work together, and we are rolling out all of these new platforms, the permitting platform, the project management platform, which is called Planner. We're rolling out a whole new outdoor dining program to make it safer for outdoor dining here in the city. And over the years, I think what we try to do is just have the project manager do all of it. And what's happening is the project manager is starting to tip over because we're just putting too much of the administrative burden on them, and we're not providing the tools for them to be successful. So to put a finer point on it, you heard earlier from Melinda and Sean about all the excitement around OnBase, the new digitization software. I will tell you, we do not know what to do with OnBase. Like, we are going to struggle to make that work for our division unless we have someone who's an in-house expert professional to support that and B, are kind of the backbone. We run tables now on planning and zoning. We run contract compliance, reporting on all the discretionary grants. And so it's really important for us that we have an administrative support to our accountants and to our project managers. So I thought it was great that Melinda was here tonight on base, because it was exactly why we need to have the right supports for the departments. Otherwise, we won't be able to execute on programs that really matter for the city. So those are the 4 positions, and like I said, we took a haircut on some other contractual, but we think it really does help us over the long haul with all the special funds in here.
Okay. That's your presentation.
Thank you very much. Of course, we're available to answer any questions.
And we'll get to that presently. So that was a wealth of programmatic information. We got a lot of highlights about what the department has done in the last year, and some highlights for what plans are in the future. We are not going to have a workshop on the big projects or the tentpole initiatives. We're going to talk about the budget. So I encourage colleagues to make your questions directly related to the budget proposed for this office. Questions from colleagues, the queue is open. Questions from colleagues, Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, one of our focuses here is, making tough decisions. We're looking at the budget as a whole. We're considering a lot of requests for additional things. And all these things are wonderful, and all these departments are doing wonderful work, but we're also focusing on affordability. Could you just speak a little bit more to the manager and process control position, or in kind of keeping with the idea that, is this something that is absolutely necessary, or is this something that can be done without, or maybe move to a different year? Why do we need this now?
So I'll talk a little bit more specific. I mean, I think over the years you've seen we support not only the economic development, but we support the community as a whole and the other departments as well. So even something like the State Street redesign, which you probably heard about from the engineering department, we wrote the grant. We were a strong part of the environmental clearance. We all play a role together. That's the only way an institution of our size can work. We would not bring this to you, and I've asked for a couple of years now, and I think the mayor put it in the budget this year because he recognizes the list of grants that we have and the meaningful nature of these grants. Like, there's real expectation that we deliver on them, that we've got to have strong process to make sure that we carry them all out and through. And that list is substantial. You'll go through the special funds side of our budget and just go page by page of all of these different grant programs. And, I mean, a city of our size, when we miss one grant report, if we, did it properly execute on, say, planning and zoning matter, it has catalytic effects. Other people may, not choose to invest in the city or bring their jobs elsewhere. We're not properly supporting a small business. So I think we've done a good job setting the table, and we talk intensively, but not having an administrative pod, for lack of a better word, to really anchor us to these process improvements will compromise our ability to deliver.
I think it's tough too, because you guys are all doing such a good job without this position, right? You're all these wonderful projects and things are happening in the city, so it's tough to understand. Is it just that you're not able to do more, or is it just you're struggling with what you have? Just trying to get a better handle on it.
I think we're a city with, collectively, all of us, we punch above our weight, right? Like, we show a lot of care in the work. We work together to test ourselves, to do something really, really special, connect our residents, to work across the city. It's a significant moment. I think, to Carlos and Olivia's point earlier, it's not like we're a doctor's office, right? But in some ways, you may have a customer that comes in, and that customer could be half the day that works with our security deposit team. So when we say we need someone who specifically works on security deposit, it's not a nice to have. That's the level of care and attention we put into every customer. And so there's, it's a time and space thing. If you sat in our office and kind of got a sense for the cadence of people that walk in the door, we have a community services component, much like CSA does. And we're really fortunate right now. We have some resources that we can help people.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. Next in the queue is Alder Furlow, and then the queue is open.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Just looking at the numbers, and perhaps our budget director could be a little bit more assistance, but I'm looking at the budget book because it's just easier that way. So I see it PDF page 43. It lists economic development as 2821749. But then under our ordinance, under that table, it lists it as 2899679. Difference of 77,930. I'm just wondering which number is correct. The summary or the ordinance table?
On page 37.
43, I'm not sure if I can talk to you from back there.
37.
You'll have to come forward if you're going to address us. Director.
I show it at page 37.
I'm not looking at this, I'm looking at the budget book. So on the PDF page 43, it lists economic development general fund as 2,821,749. This is probably a technical amendment, Mr. Chair, we just want to get the right number.
Sure.
And then on PDF 45, under the our appropriation ordinance, it lists it as 2,899,679.
$78,000.
$70,000 difference, which we can certainly use somewhere.
Okay.
So I'll go on with the questions, and then through you, Mr. Chair, we can get that answer. And I also noticed, which was incredible, that there is about, on PDF 224, we have about $28 million in special funds. This is an incredibly huge department, much bigger than the 2.8 that we have here. So my question is, out of the $28 million in special funds, who are those people? What does that include?
So it's primarily the CIF grants and the Urban Acts. And although on paper it looks really great and amazing, many of these are pass-throughs. So the Urban Act grants in particular, Science Park, when we took down the contaminated building and the new housing went up, that is a pass-through to Science Park, but the state requires the city to provide the administrative support, the regulatory oversight, clearance of the requisitions. So we did about 15 million in brownfield grants. About 75% of those go directly to our affordable housing partners. And they tackle the work, and then we get the certifications, we inspect it. So it's great, but at the same time, many of them are pass-throughs.
That explains a lot, thank you. And then these new positions, the 4 new positions, if my math is right, it looks like $373,000 in salary, not including healthcare and benefits. But then we do have the decrease in other contractual services of $136,000. So my question is that by the decrease in other contractual services, by decreasing that line, are you intending to reduce outside contractual services through the hiring of any one of these 4 positions?
Yeah, so we've looked at our spend history on the other contractual line, and in some ways we're trying to right size. We have not gone to the upper end of that budget over the last few years, so we feel it's a responsible number. It covers some temps, some pre-development work. We looked at a couple of major sponsorships, like the Grand Prix comes out of that line, like Wall Street. But we feel comfortable we can take that haircut, and hopefully that will support some new positions.
Great, that's all I have for now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Next in the queue is Alder Festa, and then the queue is open.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is also in regard to the positions. You mentioned something about a marketing position, but is that integrated in one of,
It's one of the 3 project manager positions that were from ARPA.
so why 3?
There's 3 of them.
Yeah, why do we need 3? I know they're ARPA, right? They're ARPA funded currently.
Correct.
So you've been working with these 3 positions now, and you're looking to transfer them over to the general fund budget, but why 3?
One handles the security deposit program that does everything with that programming. One handles the BMR compliance and fair housing, and the other is marketing.
Is marketing.
Correct.
What is the marketing for?
If they started with LCI, because that's when everything came to play, and we started this huge, I'm sure you saw the rebranding, everything of LCI, and then we're marketing on the buses, we're on billboards, we're in every neighborhood. Well, that, even when the department split, we maintained that in-house and administration development, and we still do the marketing. We're out in the communities, we're in every community event. The parades were every other week, they're in a different community, whatever's going on, making sure everyone in the community knows not only about all the programs and the substantive things that we offer, but everything within the city and other departments and everything else. It's like a major connection between the city's programs, the city's offerings to the community. You had no idea that so many things are available to them to help them within the city.
Is it possible for that to be a part-time position, or any of these to be part-time positions?
It would not be nearly as effective. And security deposit and the BMR compliance and fair housing, no, those cannot be part-time positions and be effective.
How long have we had these ARPA positions for? 3 years, 4 years?
3 years, 4 years.
What did we do before?
Security deposit, we picked it up with ARPA because when coronavirus hit and the state had the castle program, that was when the security deposit program for foreclosure prevention started. And because of the overwhelming continuing demand and need for it, we decided with some of the ARPA funding, that was one of the programs that we created. The below market registry there's an issue, has been, was, still is, as far as people finding affordable housing units within the city and our regional partners. We made it our focus to create the BMR, which we have an entire network on our website, which provides not only all the affordable units within the city, but also our surrounding towns as well. It provides people with immediate context, our partners, how to find units, where the units are, how to make those contacts, get people off the streets, out of the shelters and into apartments.
Do you have data supporting how many residents, New Haven residents, that we've actually assisted with these 3 positions? I think that would be helpful for us to.
973 tenants now have received security deposits to move into their apartments within the city. Our BMR now is over 5,000 units on it. We're keeping compliance on 779 units within the city. And I can get you the stats for how many people, as far as any fair housing issues have come in and have been handled.
And when you say.
You would like to request that additional information through the chair?
Yes, please, Mr.
So
Chair. So, you mentioned during the pandemic, we all understood people lost their jobs, security deposits became something of a concern. I know you helped 973. Is that total in those 4 years, or is that just in the last fiscal year or 3 years, whatever?
No, that's for the last 2 years.
So the last 2 years, it's 973.
Households, 2,805 persons within those households.
And so you're seeing that the security deposit concern is still there?
Absolutely.
And okay. Just to get a better idea of what these 3 positions would do. I'm looking at how are we benefiting our residents with these positions, and
we're keeping them off the streets. We're helping keep families in their homes, preventing them from joining the outrageous amount of homeless individuals and families we currently have living in shelters and tents.
And that's what, that's where my thoughts are going. How are these positions benefiting our residents? What are, et cetera. But, okay. And the other, the manager process control. So the 3 project positions would be, yes. And the other position, the manager process control.
Division. Yeah, first of all, I never like the you or that or like our division works as a group. So that it really is important. And the EDA process improvement supports all the departments. So like Granicus is the new permit software. That person would help get Granicus off the ground for building, planning. So it just sings well together for both the departments and the customer. So it supports the whole division. It'll be parked in 724, but it supports 702, 704, 705, 721, and 747.
Okay, and again, how is it supporting? Just don't know. I guess I don't know what the manager process control position is going to.
So it's going to build out. It's going to build out the new programs so we get TA support, technical assistance from the building, from the IT department, and technical assistance from the grant, but they don't build the application for us the way we need it to work for, when Bob says someone just put a $3 million check into Granicus, you want that to work. And we do too. We got to make sure that check finds its way into Munis, into the account, all that back office processing. We need someone to be on top of that every day.
Okay, I think I have a better idea. Also cultural affairs. We do a lot to bring tourism into our city, the Grand Prix, the pizza party that you mentioned, et cetera. Do we have data on the economic benefits that those programs have done for our establishments, whether it's hotels, restaurants, whatever else, even, parking, right? Well, parking will be coming up, but, and people park their cars. We have meters the garages, et cetera. Do we have any data that support the benefits of what these fun events have done for the city of New Haven?
Don't have it on me.
Do you have it that I can ask through the chair for it?
Yes, we can put it together for you.
So the economic benefits of these programs.
So noted.
Through you.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think I'm good for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you all for your responses.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues?
Mr. Chair.
Alder Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reference to the 3 positions for project manager housing, the Pyramid Commission, homeless department, and Livable Cities Initiative. Don't all of these departments at some point in time support in terms of providing the security deposits in some kind of collaborative way?
No, I think what you're referring to at LCI is the relocation assistance when there's like a fire or for some reason they have taken a tenant out of their home and the landlord's not providing relocation assistance. It's a relocation act where they're required to provide assistance, but it's not the same program, and it's only specific to people who are hit a certain type of circumstances where they take them to the home.
So how do you identify the individuals who need the security deposits?
They come to us, they're referred to us by partners, they're referred to us by the Canyon, by CSA, the homeless shelters, New Reach, the different partners, people in the city, they see from our planning what's available, they come to us, they fill out the application, provide all the requirements, very, very strict requirements, and once they're Arthur works with them, and once they're qualified, and the landlord's qualified, and then LCI does go out and do an inspection of you, it has this pass inspection before they can receive the security deposit, and then once everything is in place.
But do you get some referrals from those departments? For security deposits?
I'm sure if somebody comes through, it's possible that they would say, yes, there's a security deposit program available, yes. Absolutely.
Both security, both LCI and the housing department has that security program, but the LCI one is different.
Sorry, this is going to,
Yeah.
that's the relocation.
Yeah, that's the relocation. So when someone has a fire in the house or they illegally, then they have to move somewhere, and then it involved with several things. Their moving expense, their then whenever they move to the new house, those expense, all those expenses. But whenever it comes to the housing security program, that program, they are people rely on only the when they move to the new house. So then most of the cases is first month and then some security deposit, and first month they have rent. But the other program has a different, like it sounds like same, but it's different because of the nature of the all the activities.
She sees all the invoices, you know, so.
Thank you. That's important. Thank you. I have one.
Please.
Mr. Director, Mr. Tully, in terms of the position for the manager of process control, do you feel that the department's demand for this position will eventually cause it to, that this position will pay for itself? Thank you.
So I think you have to look at the totality of it with our group. One way to measure that is a lot of the housing developments in the city, affordable and market rate, are holding value on the grand list. I imagine the assessor's office talked a little bit about that. So the robust pipeline, when Bob went through that forecast of building permit revenue, the fact that we're in the mid-20s now on building permit revenue, we were not ever in that league years ago. So holding that competitive advantage and taking the pressure off property tax revenue, I think, it's just hard to measure it without measuring it a little bit more globally, because that's where you see it manifest in support. If we're able to open up the Mill River District for housing, that means fewer demolitions or displacement of residents, because we're opening up land that's not used for anything right now, salt piles or something like that. So, the work manifests differently, and you'll see it in the grant list as much as any other metric.
And as I understand in grants, usually there is, in the amount that you receive in terms of monies for grants, there's usually an amount that is slided for this kind of work. Is that not so? Thank you.
Yeah. So one thing we didn't talk about today is we had more ARP positions than we're asking to be refunded here. So one of those positions we will fund out of a grant instead, so that we're not trying to put all of the American Rescue Plan positions into the general fund. It was just these three didn't have a slot in a grant because they provide a resource, a direct customer service resource.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. I have two colleagues on the queue who've gone already, so I'm looking to see if there's a colleague who hasn't asked a question yet who'd like to go. Seeing none, we'll have Alder Moore, then Alder Frilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, if Director Piscatelli, if you would be, I don't know if you'd be willing to provide maybe a written description of the duties or more information about the process control position. I think that would be very helpful. Is that something you might be willing to send over to the chair?
What we'll do is we'll add on to, we have project position justification forms filled out for all of the positions we've discussed tonight, and we'll give you a little bit more detail, maybe a case study as how that would operate in regular life.
Thank you. That'd be really helpful. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
So noted. We look forward to receiving that. Thank you, Alder Moore. Alder Frilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my exact question. I was going to ask for details so we could. Our concern was that these ARPA positions would slip over to the general funds, and so please.
Ditto.
Yep. Ditto. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Frilla. So we'll look forward to that receiving that information about that position. Further questions from colleagues for these fine public servants? Alder Walker-Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. What is the alternative if you don't get the positions? Like, have you been thinking about that?
We'd rather not think about it, but there are a couple of different ways we might approach it. I think I think we have a strong basis for why we feel they're general fund positions, much like other general fund positions, like they stand on the general fund ledger. But, you know, we try to keep a wide lens as to what might be possible. These are really important programs in our community.
Was that the answer you were looking for, Alderman Mike?
Sufficient.
Sufficient for now, okay. Okay. I see Alder Wingate, and then we're gonna move on to our next project. Alder Wingate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question around the Church Street South project. May I ask that question?
Maybe not. I said at the outset of this group that we would not be talking about projects unless it's tied back to the budget. So like if you're asking, do they have enough budgetary resources to pursue that project, then you can ask that.
Okay.
But if you want to get into the weeds about the project, then we're not going to do that tonight.
Nope, I'm not gonna do that tonight. I want to know, do we have enough and why the project hasn't been started? Is it a financial burden on the city or the project itself? Why haven't it not started?
Technically, it has started. The Housing Authority applied for it and received a planning grant they applied for another grant. So it started. Planning is moving forward. The drawings, they're putting together their financial package. It's started. You haven't seen any shovels in the ground yet, but it started. You have to remember, every project is about 4 years work before you see a shovel in the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to.
Thank you, Alder Wingate. I would also note for the record that this body, the Board of Alders, has approved zoning amendments to facilitate the future redevelopment of that area. So those are some of the many efforts that have already begun and have come through some period of development. Thank you, Alder Wingate. Further questions? Okay, final question, then we do need to move on. And if it's about these 3 or 4 positions, we've asked a lot of questions. So what is your question, Alder Festa?
My question is actually how we're supporting current businesses, because we do have empty storefronts, we do have empty spaces. What are we doing to go out and help find, occupants for these spaces? What are we doing to support our current businesses that are in place? Because we want to hold on to our mom and pop shops. We want to hold on to the restaurants that open up. We're really good at doing ribbon cuttings. But
I'm going to interrupt you and reframe your question, which is to say, what in this budget request is supporting the city's efforts to support local businesses? But we're not going to do a workshop on the function of the department.
No, just looking.
Budgetary.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can, there's several programs that have been in existence for a long time. Things like the facade improvement program, which goes to the building owner. I'm sure all the press is probably aware of it, living as you do close to some of the restaurants and stuff like that. So that's a 50% match, generally up to, anywhere upwards of 30,000, sometimes more. It's a big community impact project. We also have the leasehold improvement program, which obviously I'm not leading with our leasehold improvement program usually because there's so much other things, but I was thinking about it last night, what we were going to say. There's been a lot of renewed interest in leasehold improvement just in the last few months. The leasehold improvements, it's not the most, it doesn't exactly explain what it is, but the facade program is for building owners. A leasehold improvement program is proven popular because so many commercial tenants don't own their own buildings. So this is also run similar to a facade improvement program where there's a match, 50% match for things like could be ovens, racks, barber chairs, really, massage, medical equipment devices, really anything like that. And East Rock Breads is an example of that. There's several new businesses in the queue that I think will be utilizing the program. Those are some of the the evergreen programs that we've been running now for a few years. Some of those did come out of LCI, like leasehold improvement, and are now in the EDA, the more EDA side of things. And then, I think we're recognizing that, there's pressure on small businesses, in downtowns. It's a national problem. We're seeing it, we're looking at other peer cities and other cities all over the country. And I think we recognize, that we are, we're really trying to think through, specifically for, let's say, things like Nice Square, which is, certainly showing, that some wear and tear from the vacancies there. And I think, so I think we are trying to think about how do we address that. We even recently did a football survey just of that area, really trying to drill down on what some of the owners are, if you know them, but who the current owners are, what's vacant, what the price per square foot is, and I think so. Would be nice to have something, I think, for the community and for maybe the board of always even to talk about.
Can I ask you, and I'm sorry to interrupt, I'm going to interrupt because we need to keep moving. So, from a budgetary perspective, how are those programs funded, and what are what about this current budget request reflects continuing or additional investments in those kinds of programs?
I mean, I think they're funded in a variety of ways. The positions are often funded by general fund. I also didn't mention the Small Business Resource Center, sees hundreds of New Haven residents every year, graduates, upwards of 50 people from their entrepreneurial training. That's often funded through CDBG budgeting. So that's sort of where you're seeing that those programs funded. And I think there has been a real push on some of this more. We leveled up our entrepreneurial training this year using existing funding to do sort of a mid-sized business training incubator. We've got so that's not just startups, but businesses that are already been in business. We have this new, and really Deputy Director Graves is here. We have this really burgeoning relationship with Southern Connecticut State University. They allow us to use the business school for these classes free of charge. They provide the professors. They're doing a lot of Small Business Week next in early May that you'll hear a lot about. So, doing also a lot with what we already have, specifically with the small business folks. You see it also in Cultural Affairs, where the budgets have remained pretty flat.
Great, thank you for that additional information. Any further questions about the budget request for this office? Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and your presentation. Thank you for your time, all the things you folks have been doing. So now we're going to move to City Plan, which is also under the Economic Development Administration. We'll give folks a moment to get settled. I do not fault department heads and deputy department heads for seizing the opportunity to talk about their programs. They love to do it, but we'll be here till 3 a.m. So I'm asking colleagues to ask about the budget, not having workshops and all the functions of departments. Because if you give department heads and deputy department heads a chance to do it, they will do it. And I don't blame them. That's what I would do. But I want to talk about the budget. So what money are we allocating? What's different from last year? But of course, we allow department heads to give a brief summary of their activities so we can understand it and have some context for our budgetary discussion.
I would like to point out that this is on page 3.
Page 3, thank you so much. Name and address for the record.
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
My name is Laura Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the City Planning Department. My address is 262 West Rock Avenue in New Haven. Can I begin?
You may.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I think most of you are familiar with the work of the City Plan Department, but just for a real quick orientation, I like to say we have 3 main buckets of work. One is that we oversee the land use boards and commissions in the city. So that's the City Planning Commission, the Board of Zoning Appeals, and the Historic District Commission. We intake all the permits for those boards and commissions. We write all the reports and we staff them. That means bringing together a lot of different departments to provide input, technical input on all those applications. And that regulatory work also involves kind of our front desk work, which is fielding questions from the public about zoning, about new businesses. We see about 1,700 people a year for zoning inquiries at our open office hours. The second bucket of work is planning, long-range planning and short-range planning, as well as neighborhood planning. And as you know, we just completed our Vision 2034 plan of conservation and development that's required every 10 years. The last bucket is project management, and we have 2 senior project management staff that are involved in big both infrastructure projects and policy projects, and I'll mention a couple of those. I know we're not getting into the programmatic work, but I do want you to understand where your investment is going in terms of the department. So if you take a look at our budget, I'm just going to talk about that first, and that is we're offering you a status quo budget. There's no changes proposed. The only changes you'll see from last year are the changes as a result of the contract negotiations, very minor changes to our other contractual line, but otherwise really a status quo budget, and we are a very modest budget request for our 10 staff that are involved in almost every single project in the city of New Haven. We are a very hardworking, robust department. I think you get a lot for your money with the city plan department. And I want to mention a couple things we do. Of course, you can see our budget here. We are now, this week, as of this week, fully staffed. And when you look at the budget, you'll see that the majority of our ask is for humans. They are the best resource we have, I think, in the city and in our department. And my approach to our department is to invest in our staff. I think that's the best investment you can make, and I thank you for allowing us to do that. I want our staff to be well paid. I want them to be doing good work, and I want them to be motivated. And they are an extremely diligent, well-respected staff across the city. Again, we're fully staffed till Friday, when I have learned that our colleague Carol Casanova will be retiring, our administrative staff person. So that is very sad, but we're very happy.
Best wishes for her.
Thank you. The staff are also our best recruitment tool, and we've had extremely robust application pools for new staff because people like working the city plan. Two of our newest staff have been recruited from other states in the Northeast, and they're moving to New Haven. So very happy about that. In terms of your investment in the dollars, the next slide shows, as you recall, our plan of conservation and development was just recently adopted. We're continuing to build on those previous investments, and that is following on the plan of conservation and development. We will be launching the zoning overhaul, an overhaul of the New Haven zoning ordinance that was last completely overhauled in 1962. It no longer aligns with the city's vision or even what we need at this very moment. And so we've started that work, and you will be seeing phases 1A and 1B of that zoning overhaul work very shortly on your desk. It will be a 2-year approach. We hope that we'll be finished in 2 years, but we have a 4-phase approach that we'll be presenting to you shortly. So that's just a follow-on to the previous work we've done. Similarly, this past year, we finished the last phase of the Farmington Canal Trail that connects it's actually a multi-state trail, goes all the way to Massachusetts and allows cyclists or pedestrians to use a separated bikeway within the city, a safe place to recreate and exercise. And we're continuing that work through the planning for New Haven Greenways 2030, which is for the systematic approach to the greenways in the city. Again, giving residents a safe way to get from here to there across the city through various routes. And that plan is written. It will be released shortly, so you'll be just on the lookout for that. We also have a similar kind of initiative based on the work we had done previously. We received a $2 million grant from the Federal Highway Department for what's called Reconnecting Communities, which is restitching the neighborhoods back together along the I-91 corridor, where, as many of you may know, the highway had previously divided many of our neighborhoods. So this is just an example of some of the work that builds on your previous investment in the city plan department. I also included a slide here from an intern from our department. We, like I said, humans are our best resource, and we invested interns and our staff. And this was a quote that was really compelling to me from a City of New Haven resident who interned with us and felt that his experience was very powerful and life-changing for his career. So that's all I have in terms of my presentation, so I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Brown, any further comments from our staff who are here? Okay. So we'll take questions from committee members. The queue is open. I see Alder Furlong. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, and it's going to be my only question.
Sure.
I see that on PDF 224, it lists special funds as 122083. Would you just let us know a little bit about what that is?
Yep. So we have two positions that are not funded in the general fund. One is through special funds. It's a community development block grant funded position. That is the 122,000 that you're seeing. That position completes the environmental, their main responsibility is to complete environmental reviews or clearances required as a result of the National Environmental Protection Act. So any federal funding we receive, this person does the environmental clearances for, and that's the CDBG funded position.
What's that title again, please?
The title of
the position.
It's actually a planar 2 position.
Planar 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Same question.
Yep.
Not different. So, any anticipation that this position, when this funding runs out, is going to jump over to general funds? So I guess what I'm asking is, are you seeing long-term special funding being able to continue to support this position?
As long as HUD is funding the Community Development Block Grant Program, it's an appropriate use of those funds. So
let's hope for a Democratic president next term.
Who knows what happens with that program, but that's what I would anticipate. And because their primary responsibility is to clear the federal funds, that's what that's if there were no federal funds available, there would be less for them to do. However, they can work in low-income neighborhoods. Many of our neighborhoods would still qualify as community development block grant qualifying, like they'd be able to do some of the work that we do otherwise under the community development block grant funds. That would be a question we'd approach should that arise.
I see another face at the familiar face at the table. Name and address for the record.
Ryan Gizzy, 219 Rainbow Terrace, and I may be able to clarify that a little bit. So, as you know, we were concerned and we're not going to receive CDBG funding. We are going to receive it next year. Luckily, hopefully we will continue to receive it. It's been 50 years now that we have been getting this funding, which is a long time. Same thing, we do not know. There is a lot of support for the program, both Republican and Democratic support, so we're hoping it will continue. If it doesn't, we explore other sources.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlong. Further questions from colleagues for our Director of City Plan? Further questions?
Mr. Chair, I have one.
Alder Rodriguez.
Okay, on page 4, where it's in item 1702, I mean, the item 56695 temporary and part-time help. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, that is what we use to fund our internship program primarily. So the quote that you see in here was an intern that was funded through that. That's how we pay our interns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all you and your staff do. Absolutely. So now we're going to hear from transportation, traffic, and parking. Transportation, traffic, and parking as we zoom right along through the Economic Development Administration Group.
Good evening.
Names and addresses for the record, please.
Oh, I guess it's something. Carlos says Gary, address only, right? 244 McKinley Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut.
Haley Simpson, Director of Transportation, Traffic and Parking, 93 Plymouth Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
Eric Hoffman, one of the deputy directors in TTAP, 199 Karen Lee Road, Glastonbury, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. We're eager to hear your presentation.
First, I want to say thank you all so much for your grace as I transition into this new role. It has been such an amazing ride, especially starting in February. With that said, with our budget that we are proposing for this year, there are not a lot of significant changes. We do have a 1% increase, mainly for salary adjustments as well as contractual services. For our traffic operations and enforcement, there is a $12,000 increase for overtime, materials, repairs, and contractual services. For our transportation planning, there is an increase of $2,500, which is just a 4% increase. For salaries and part-time staffing, and a small increase for uniforms. For the traffic maintenance division, you will see an increase of $16,000 or 1% increase for the adjustments of the part-time staffing, as well as an increase in overtime, uniform, and pay differential. And for Vision Zero, as you know, which is what we have been working on to make sure there are zero fatalities, zero crashes, etc. And really focusing on traffic enforcement and traffic safety. That budget is what we're proposing is $7,031,292, which is an increase of $89,000 or 14% for this year's budget. This increase is primarily driven by salaries and miscellaneous expenses. So overall, the department budget has increased by $134,610. And what you will notice is, I don't think we added our revenue in here. Yeah, okay. So just for our the department's for goals and initiatives for this year, where it's like safety, mobility, connectivity, etc. We're doing a lot of automated traffic enforcement, which includes our school bus stop arm program, as well as our automated red light cameras, which we do expect to bring in a significant amount of revenue, so that would offset some of our projected costs for the department. So what we have requested is for some positions to sort of help with the administration component of these programs. It does require a lot of back end, and we do expect that if we if we continue to see the trend that we are seeing with all of these automated traffic enforcement tickets and citations, that we will need a lot of help from staff to help with the adjudication process. That is all that I have to report for my budget. Everything else is status quo. Nothing else is changing. And I welcome questions.
Great.
Thanks.
You will get some.
Thanks.
Let me just ask straight off the bat, number of new positions?
One in general fund. In
general fund.
That's correct.
And that's to help with this back end processing.
That is correct. So for the one position that is in general fund, that is a traffic safety enforcement officer. So they would be helping with the adjudication of the tickets, ensuring that that program is running smoothly, that folks are, that the program is, we are issuing the citations and folks are paying the citations, etc. And really just overseeing that program so we can focus our efforts on other initiatives.
Thank you. Did you want to add to that, Deputy?
The director covered it fairly well, but yeah, this is the actual position that's required by the state statute to approve the red light and speed cameras. Currently, the bus citations is being handled by our chief crossing guard. But once red light and speed cameras come online, those tickets have to be adjudicated by an approved municipal employee, and that position has been approved by the police commissioner or the traffic authority to do that job.
Thank you for that additional information. I'm sure colleagues will have follow-up questions about that. Did you want to add
I
something?
just want to highlight on page 14, just so everyone's clear, there, the revenue projections are listed in there. So, the traffic and parking meters went up, the projection went up by $200,000. The bus camera revenue, which is a new source of revenue, is $5 million. And then the Vision Zero, we have that budgeted at $700,000, as we have this year, but we will collect that next year.
Okay, thank you for that. So now the queue is open for questions from committee members. The queue is open. I'll do fastest on this first.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This new position is, you're saying it's required by state statute, so we kind of have no choice? Or, I mean, we as a body, I know we have a choice of what we can do, but what happens if this body decides it's not necessary?
There were additional positions that were also approved by the traffic authority. However, looking at the volume that we've received in the first 2 months of the bus citations, to split additional duties off of any of the other approved job titles would be a burden. It's going to require, unfortunately, an additional full-time person to keep up with this. There's going to be hearings to be scheduled, make sure all the stuff is properly calendared and the citations are issued correctly.
With that being said, when do we anticipate the actual installment and initiation of the red light? I mean, this has been a project that was supposed to be implemented by, I think, over a year ago.
Yes, and so with that, we did have to do a lot of state review and state approval, and as we all know, there was a lot of back and forth in the legislature about all of this. So now that we have approval and specific sites where the cameras will be, I think now we're projecting a 17 to 18 week timeline to roll this out in the specific locations. Eric can correct me if I'm wrong. But that is currently underway. We have selected the vendor. We have executed a contract with the vendor, and we have been having those preliminary conversations in terms of full implementation. So right now we're looking at end of Q3 of 2026 to actually see those cameras on the lights throughout New Haven.
Okay, so by the end of the year, we should see something.
That's correct.
So, okay. Hopefully it will happen because it was supposed to happen the same time period a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so, okay, thank you for that. Traffic enforcement officers, how many do we currently have?
So for our parking enforcement officers, we currently have 22. So we have budgeted 3 parking enforcement supervisors. We have 2 of those filled, and 1 of those are currently open. For full-time parking enforcement officers, we have budgeted for 14, and we have 14 of those filled. For the part-time parking enforcement officers, we have budgeted for 8, and we currently have 6 filled, so that's 2 that are vacant. So at this time, we only have 3 vacant positions between parking enforcement supervisors and part-time parking enforcement officers.
Can you touch a little bit on how they're dispersed throughout the city? Because it seems like it's focused, I'm just thinking of revenue generation and how to increase some of these numbers. Because I could speak on, I've called some in the past, some violations, and say you could really ticket a bunch of cars in this section. And, I think there was something came up about not enough cars.
Yeah.
not enough, how do we actually disperse? Do we cut
Yeah.
the city in fours? Do we cut it in thirds? Can you just touch on that? Because
Sure.
residents also want to know, because they get frustrated that there's cars violating parking spaces, parked to the corner, except, the normal stuff I'm
Yes.
sure you hear about now.
Yep. So we do split the city into fours. And we switch up the schedule every day, every week on which areas they will focus on. I'm sorry I did not bring that map with me, though I told myself to bring the map. We don't only focus on one area, we focus on all areas of New Haven. And those are the major roads. And then of course we have the, folks will call in and we will get out as soon as we can. Do want to flag that we have second shift staff from Tuesday to Saturday. So that does also play a part, right? We have more capacity to get to more areas if it's Tuesday through Saturday. If it's a Monday, we only have, one shift that's on, we may not have the capacity, but it does vary, and we do make sure we visit every area of New Haven to make sure we are finding any violation that we potentially can. And I can make sure we print off those maps for you that show it, because we also track that and provide an analysis every week for the mayor. So we can also share that with you.
So,
Would you like to have that?
Yes,
through the
please,
chair?
Mr. Chair,
So moved.
through you. That would be helpful to get a better understanding of.
Can I just clarify one point? We are primarily focused around 8 walking beats in the areas that are metered. Then we have 1 or 2 parking enforcement officers in vehicles that patrol the entire city. However, at this point in time, from April to about November, I lose those additional mobile vehicles because we're assisting TPW with street sweeping violations. So, as the director said, what then happens is as the evening shift comes in, we have a lot more flexibility. We do have limits and resources. We have 4 vehicles available for PEOs, but if they are already being utilized by the day shift, we do have a resource constraint with regarding vehicles and our fleet size.
So we don't have a fleet that's big enough, so there's no other cars we could pull from to help accommodate more of the folks to patrol the city instead of just 2?
So I guess the challenge with that is during snow emergencies, we are pulling from other departments to utilize some of their vehicles, right? But during the day when we are doing parking enforcement, the other departments are actually doing their day jobs. So it does make it hard to then borrow from them their vehicles. So, we are limited in our vehicles, but, borrowing from other departments would be great, but they also need their cars to do their jobs.
Is there any way, and I think I mentioned this, and forgive me if I don't remember the answer, but is it possible for they to use their own car and maybe get mileage reimbursement? For the time, and I know there's, you're going to say there's a safety thing associated with this.
Insurance.
Well, but the state has statutes related to if you use your personal car for work purposes. I don't know how that works, but
So
understood.
The city, my understanding is the city has limits that are required, and some of those limits are much higher than some of our parking enforcement officers would probably be able to afford for the insurance. The other thing is there is the liability issue of them actively, for lack of a better word, using their personal vehicle to patrol neighborhoods looking at an enforcement task. That's a whole nother level than simply driving from a meeting to another meeting.
I also want to flag that a number of our parking enforcement officers do utilize public transit, so we cannot assume that they all have vehicles that they can use to complete these tasks. I do, understand that it is a thought and it's creative, but
they may not have vehicles.
So what is the plan? Because 1 to 2, and I'm thinking again, revenue, because there's a lot to be made out there just from what we see. And I get that there's, a couple of enforcement officers that go out there and patrol, but maybe they're patrolling at the wrong time. Do they switch off on the times that they go through these neighborhoods? Maybe one day they go from 9 to 12 and another day they go later. I don't know. Do they rotate the times that they go through to enforce? And how often do they pass through?
So there were 2 questions there. One was the number of times they go through the neighborhoods, and then another one was the times that they go through the neighborhoods, right? So they do have shifts. So the first shift, I want to say it's from like 9 to 3.
For the most part.
For the most part. And then the second shift comes in like 2 to
1 to 9.
1 to 9. So there is some overlap there, but again, if we have the first shift that is out doing enforcement, then you have the second shift come in, they will now be on foot. It's sort of this kind of gap there between who has the vehicles and are going to certain neighborhoods. So I mean, to your point, there probably is a missed opportunity, but we are still doing the best we can on, foot if we can walk to the certain locations while others are utilizing the vehicles.
Okay, just one last question, Mr. Chair. Is there any plan to increase the fleet in the capital budget? Rolling stock.
There is money in rolling stock, but there were priorities for DPW, fire, police. Those were the main priorities. I do not believe that the cars for traffic are on that priority list. I can confirm that. There is a rolling stock meeting coming up. But I know that fire apparatus was a big priority this year, so.
Yes, I guess for the next maybe round, we should consider a couple more vehicles, especially if the city's broken down into 4 quadrants. And if we only have 2 cars.
We will look at it. We'll be meeting, I believe it's early next week, so we can discuss that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Alder Frill is next on the queue, and then the queue is open.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Welcome aboard the ship.
We have lots of transportation quips, which I've been quite enjoying. Mr. Furlow, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at the overtime that has been increased approximately by 20,000. I'm just wondering if this is tied to expanding are we using ATS as the abbreviation for this new position? For automated traffic, ATS, bus patrol operations, traffic enforcement. So I'm just wondering, what is this 20,000? What's driving the $20,000 increase?
Yeah, so for overtime, we have to keep in mind that we sort of compounded that between, we have crossing guards, we have our traffic maintenance crew, and then we also have our parking enforcement officers, right? So we can call our traffic maintenance crew in the middle of the night and say, there was a major accident, this light is out, we need you, that is considered overtime. Then we have crossing guards who there may be special events, there's the road race, they're working extra hours, that's considered overtime. And then for our parking enforcement officers, we were so fortunate to have lots of snow this year, and some folks did have to come in when others were unable to, and of course, that is overtime. So that number may seem like it's a lot, but again, it's broken down by different divisions within TTMP, so it's really not a lot. So if that's 20, you divide that by 3, 7,000-ish per section of TTMP, so that's not a lot. Sorry.
Yeah, from the enforcement side is that we are getting tasked to handle a lot more of the parking enforcement for special events, which puts us outside of our normal operating hours. We're pretty much operating on a Monday through Friday normal work hours. So if an event happens on Sunday and we're required to assist with parking enforcement because of an emergency order, no parking or things like that, that entails overtime. If we cannot get part-time people to shift to work that day. So that's where some of the overtime is. Those overtime numbers were developed before the school bus citation thing went online and before we realized what that volume was going to create. This was just anticipating that our role in helping out the city during special events and parking enforcement in general was growing.
Great, thank you. That's good to know. Sometimes overtime is due to lack of staff. Another time is because we have special events, so it's good to have that information. Our sheet says 12,000, yours says 10,000 and other contractual services, regardless of what the numbers are, what's being added on for contractual services.
What are you referring to? I'm sorry.
Other contractual services, yours says 10,000, our sheet says 12,000. Just a couple $1,000 difference, but I'm just wondering. Oh, you want the page number?
Okay.
Our chair asked for page numbers, but they're so small I can't see them.
The larger page numbers.
So I just want to make sure you're looking at the different divisions of TT&P for those other contractual services to make sure you're capturing all the numbers that are for the other one that you're looking at.
So under your budget summary, it says 10,000. I'm just wondering what, ours says 12,000 in total.
Okay.
Yours says 10,000, just a couple $1,000 difference is not a big deal, but I'm just wondering what has increased in contractual services?
It does have traffic. So there's several, other than personnel, I'm sorry, that's what I call it. Contractual service lines. There's one in the top section for 10,000. Then if you go down below, there's another other contractual for 2,000. And then there's another, so it's 12,000 increase overall.
The 2,000 is under differential, is that?
No, it's 2,000. If you look. So
Okay,
there's multiple.
I believe you.
It rolls up.
Okay,
Was the
that's
question
fine.
around what the increase is?
What the
or-
increase is really my question.
So that's a great question. What I have seen in the limited time that I have been here is some of the issues that come in, we may not have the capacity for on staff. So we would probably need to call someone. So if it came to replacing a major signal, but we had to hire someone else to come in and replace that, that would be other contractual services. So I think the 12,000 is very conservative, but yeah, sometimes we need to hire help for some of the services that we provide.
I get it, thank you. And last question, Mr. Chair, is the 25,000 in miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous increased by 25,000.
Miscellaneous expense. Oh, it's under vision zero. The last one here.
Yes. So as I sort of alluded to earlier, so under Vision Zero, under that initiative, we are sort of looking at different ways to roll out safety measures as well as just different projects. So I think we built in that sort of buffer for any unexpected costs for this. So some of that, goes into maybe the quick build, the Cock Street quick builds, or the Chapel Street two-way conversion. All that sort of falls under that Vision Zero. So I think that was buffer that we sort of built in case there were any costs that we didn't anticipate for that.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Next in the queue is Alder Punzo, followed by Alder Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. There's a significant amount of money that comes in through traffic meters and, bus cameras and stuff. And that money goes all back to the general fund?
Yes. That's correct.
And used in whatever. Okay,
Payroll.
thank you.
The bus cameras have to be used for public
Public
safety.
Public safety, yeah.
The speed cameras and the red light cameras, when they go on, those fines have to be used to fund our Vision Zero division.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That question, Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a squeaky microphone tonight. I have a question. I'm on page 2-96 of the budget book. I'm looking at school crossing guards. Director, how many school crossing guards do we have?
So many.
I have it, Director.
I also have that.
Because it's a moving number.
It is always moving because we are.
Currently, right now, our crossing guards, we have 60 commitments. That means that we have 60 posts at various schools throughout the city that we've said that we're going to provide guards for. 54 of those posts are filled. We have 6 openings, and I believe Carla told us that they have 3 interviews this week to help fill those 3 of those openings.
And you can probably guess why I'm asking about school crossing guards, because we have had a issue with staffing over at Nathan Hale. We've got, which is the road that's positioned next to a school. It's a bad setup, and we have parents and kids jumping out of cars into the street while traffic is going by. And so we've had some vacancies, and my question as it relates back to the budget is, are we budgeting for enough school crossing guards? Do we need more positions? Is it a recruiting issue?
So thanks for your question, Alder. I think it's a number of circumstances, right? I think that if you look at the demographics of those who are filling the crossing guards position, they typically are elderly. So, keeping that in mind, they retired, they worked for a while, et cetera. We have an amazing group of alders. An amazing group of that too. We have an amazing group of crossing guards, but I do also want to just put it into perspective that the demographics of crossing guards that we may have, they may not have vehicles, so we try to find those who live closer to the area so they are consistent and they are reliable. So that has been a unique sort of, I don't want to use challenge, but a unique opportunity for us that maybe we're not targeting specific areas enough to make sure we're finding the crossing guards for that area. But that has been a concern of ours that I have not taken off of my radar, and we are actively working to recruit and fill any positions that are vacant. So we keep a large number of them, but the sort of challenge is making sure we find those who live close to that post so that they are always there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have one more question, Mr. Chair. That's something about, there's a change in fees, is that right?
A change in what fees?
Was that in your, I think we had a page here that had 7-4. Looking at 7-4, it looks like there are 2 new and 1 amended. Is that correct?
License permits and fees is where we're at.
I think
On 7-4.
The one that you were referring to was the visitor pass.
And I guess I'm just trying to clarify, are there 2 or are there 3? And if there are 3, would you just quickly let me know what they are? I don't want to monopolize time, but I just want to get some clarification.
Let's get the clarification.
That's
Yeah.
why we're here.
So I think the ones that we may have adjusted were the additional books of 10 visitor passes that were available for $10. That wasn't there for $10, so we wanted to revise that to make sure it did in fact have that. That is what's showing, right?
It says new non-resident per vehicle per day, but that says parks. And then underneath it says traffic
Realtor permits annually new and meter bags amended.
I think, so Mr. Hayden's gonna help perhaps.
And the realtor permit is the new one. And the meter bag, we're up to 250.
Yeah,
Okay,
so we only changed
Change the meter
two.
bags. No, only got two.
So that's two,
So there's-
not three.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Two.
parks, that's his parks.
Yes,
And the-
so TTMP changed two,
Yeah.
not
And the,
three.
and the real, thank you, and the realtor permit is,
But that's for parks.
oh, that's,
No, the
See,
realtor permit is
no.
for
Wait,
TTMP.
I'm sorry, the top one,
Yeah, it's
non-residential.
not resident.
and the, just to clarify, the realtor permit is what to the, I don't,
It's a permit for a real estate agent to be able to go into a residential parking permit zone.
oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The things you learned,
Things you learned.
didn't even know about that.
Of course, I think the realtor.
Thank you, Aldermore. Is that your, okay.
Those are my questions.
Thank you, sir. Further questions from colleagues? Alder Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The position of traffic safety, ENG Vision Zero Bus Patrol, will that individual also, additionally to doing this particular work or in this capacity, be able to also do general patrolling?
General patrolling in
Yes,
terms
or will
of,
it just be focused on buses?
I want to make sure I'm understanding your question. So is the question more so they will only focus on the bus, school bus stop arm enforcement program, if that will be their only
Versus
focus?
handling a call that comes into the department regarding cars in the wrong place, or,
Could they do
People
routine parking
violating
violation
routine, yeah.
enforcement? I think is what I was asking.
The job description is the way it's written, it does not allow for that. Those things could always be researched in the future, but that position is gonna deal primarily with the approving of the red light and speed camera citations.
So then, if we have two vehicles for the patrolling. The 9466316 number, the dispatch, doesn't really handle the regular routine incidences because we have the department that's handling them. There's only two vehicles. Is that correct? And there's how many patrol officers to use those two vehicles?
I'm sorry, because you said dispatch, were you referring
Our
to?
police dispatch unit,
Mhm.
the non-emergency number. Usually, in the past, we would be able to call them, and if there was a car that was wrongfully parked on the street or where they shouldn't be parked, they would address those violations. Those violations are now not being addressed through the dispatch unit of the police department. Now they're being addressed through traffic parking.
That's right.
Where everyone's called, educated to teach to call our department. And so your department handles those calls. You have only two vehicles, and you have 4 patrol officers using those vehicles, I assume on a daily basis, right?
That's correct.
So that's my question, is that gonna be enough? Because then how are our patrol officers, we have a demand, our Alder Festa clearly indicated, and I in my ward have the demand, I'm sorry.
Alder Rodriguez, are you
Do we
revisiting
have enough?
are you
Yes.
revisiting the question of the number of vehicles being the constraint? Or are you also asking about the number of people being the constraint, or
The
both?
number of vehicles being a
Vehicles.
constraint and the number of people.
So both.
Also, thank you.
So she's asking you to revisit that question. Is there any additional information you want to give on that, beyond what you already said before?
Alder Festa and Alder Rodriguez, you're correct. Our mission has changed over the last several years of the way that we used to do business, and we are rapidly trying to adjust. And so some things are catching up. We have additional staffing, probably have the most staffing that we've had since pre-COVID. But some of the other resources haven't really been able to keep pace. And we're working on that. We're working with other city departments to increase that. So we are aware that our mission is changing, and we're trying to move in that direction. So that we understand that's an issue. Vehicles right now are a resource constraint for us.
I just also want to make a point to say that it's a good problem to have, right? Like most of our positions are filled. That means people are employed, people want to be here, right? People are committed to the mission. We have also become creative in how we do this. So a lot of times we'll partner with PD, the traffic unit, and sometimes ride with them to be able to issue tickets. So, we have been getting creative in how we attack some of these issues. So, just keeping that in mind that we're not just sitting and waiting around, but we are finding different ways to address the issues that are presented to us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that explanation, especially showing us how you're working together with the police department to address this so important matter. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. Further questions from colleagues for our TTMP department? I guess you may conclude that folks are very interested in parking enforcement in the neighborhoods.
Who would have thought?
And I'm sure that will not go away.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
We're going to move on to our next department. So have a good evening. Next on the list, and the penultimate department this evening, equal opportunities. Equal opportunities.
17.
Director Brennan is just going to have to wait until the last one. Whose papers are those? Oh, that's a director. It's a deputy affairs papers. Okay. You can move it over. That makes sense to me. Yes, colleagues are standing up and stretching if they need to. That's perfectly fine. Oh, goodness. Offering gun will not affect our decision-making or budget requests. And I'm taking note of who's taking up.
Okay.
Names and addresses for the record.
Nicole Jefferson, 373 Hill Street.
Lisa Wilson, 15 Bracebrook Road, Waterbury, Connecticut. Good evening.
Good evening, guys. I think our budget is pretty straightforward. We haven't had any increases. In fact, I requested a reduction of $1,000 in mileage because we've been using the city car more predominantly. That is assigned to economic development. Also on our packet for enforcement, which I'm not sure what that's, I don't know how it is. Do they get these things?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so.
Page 19.
Page 19. Thank you.
Yes. Our enforcement arm, we inspected 1,940 contractors. Remember, we oversee all the labor and for all construction in the city of New Haven relative to sidewalks and curbs, all new buildings, LCI, economic development, housing authority. Out of all those group of all that construction, we inspected 1,940 contractors. We collected $52,601 in wage restitution for people that were cheated, that they didn't get their entire salary that they're supposed to get. We were able to do desk audits and things such as that and found $52,000 in wage restitution that went back to our residents. The second next page is in our enforcement. We conducted 469 pre-construction meetings by law and code of ordinance. It is mandatory and mandated that we meet every contractor sub and tier before they begin. and we did 469 in the fiscal year. And those 469 were awarded 189 million plus in contracts to do work in the city of New Haven. So all the projects around the town, including sidewalks and curbs and such. We trained 670 contractors and residents. Not only do we train those 469 contractors, we also train residents and such, so 670. One of the highlights of this particular budget I put in this time is that we had a call to order. There was a situation at 251-253 Sherman Avenue. There was a hit and run accident of a particular structure of an elderly woman who happens to be 83 years old, whose husband is a veteran who recently passed last year, who had brain surgery right before the accident. A car ran into this particular lady's home. She's devastated. She's elderly. She lives alone. And the call was from OBIE, who's our sister department. OBIE asked Mrs. Wilson and I, could we help her? What can we do to rebuild this porch because it's unsafe? This lady lives alone. She's by herself and she needed assistance, and the porch was about to fall down. It's a 2-story. The house is a 2-family, and she only lives in one unit, and the other unit is vacant, since her husband passed and she's elderly. So we engaged partnerships to do that. And our partnerships, and we targeted training Section 3 residents. We provide them OSHA 30s, math, employability workshops, interview skills, mock interviews, and the daily hands-on construction was to rebuild their porch for her for free. The funding, particularly for the porch, came from the New Haven Hospital and Turner Construction. The workforce, again, are our residents who are training. It's a training that we do, constantly. We're always trying to train our residents in how to be more employable, to get more construction skills. We were very proud. They just finished Friday. It's been going that long because they're trainees, and so it takes time. Also, the state of Connecticut and the building trades and BTTI and Giordano Construction also helped in their own way. Not everything is about money. It's about like services, or like Turner Construction brought over Lowe's, things to hold the porch up while the students are trying to put it together. And it really came out nice. So if you're ever at 251-253 Sherman Avenue to see this particular lady was extraordinary to be so elderly and really could do a lot of stuff, even though she had brain surgery. She gave their students water every day. She gave them all like thank you cards and just a whole host of a feel-good kind of thing. Our residents are still training because, we train them not only to do that, but we train them in the building trades, like, which applications they're going to go to, which departments, which unions. We're very big on helping our residents become union members, because if you're a union member, I always think to myself, you never go hungry. You could go to the doctor. You can go see the medical. You can get to the dentist. You can have an annuity. You can have a vacation. And so from my experience and Mrs. Wilson's experience, I am, and from IBEW, originally electrician from the trades, and all my family are tradespeople. And it is important that you'll never go hungry if you have a trade. So that's why it's critical to continue to train our residents. I think this last fiscal year, we had accepted in total 347 resident applications came in. We don't train them all because they have other jobs and things they have to do. Mrs. Wilson also did 1,453 desk audits from contractors and making sure that they are treating our workers on site. And if they need additional workers, we want to give them our trainees if possible. And I will be honest and tell everybody, we've had the most discrimination complaints in history in this past year. It's like incredible. Usually, that's why we focus so highly on construction, is because we didn't have as many discrimination complaints. It'd be like maybe 1 or 2 or maybe 3. We had 34 actually file complaints for being mistreated for one reason or another. Even, mistreated on our sites, our job site, in which we had to intervene and help our resident to exonerate that person. I'm not going to go into the details of it because it's a private matter, but we did complete that case and resolve it, and he was paid back wages and to his employer had accused him of something that was not right. So it's been very busy to say the least, everyone. So again, our duties as the code of ordinance is that we are supposed to train people. That's section 12.5.21, and we really take it very seriously, not only to enforce the contractors, but to provide our residents an opportunity to feed their families for the rest of their lives. And that's our spiel. Nothing else really changed. Our salaries and everything, all the stuff is the same. We're not asking for anything. We're just gonna keep on doing what we're doing. Questions?
Thank you for that presentation. We appreciate it. So now we'll have questions from members of the committee for the Commission on Development. Questions from colleagues? Questions from colleagues on this budget request?
Well, thank you very much.
That was a tremendous
Thank you very much,
presentation. No one's
everybody.
questions.
And thank you too. We'll keep on doing what we do. All right.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Be safe.
All right, so now we'll have the presentation from the final department this evening, which is the Livable Cities Initiative. LCI. Good evening, Director Brennan. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please. We have a mic there. You may keep your mic. They're strategically placed. Keep it right there. Your turn. You don't have to push anything. Just
don't have to push anything.
That's
Just
right.
done. Okay, great.
Tell us your name and address.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Liam Brennan. I am 28 Elmwood Road, New Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you.
Are you worried about this?
Well, I think it might have been popped out. Let's see. One moment. We're gonna swap. We're gonna swap because that was somebody.
This one, there we go.
This has been broken.
And we are on page.
Go ahead.
39.
All right, page 39. Here we go. All right, thank you, holders. LCI this year is asking for a budget that is essentially flat from last year's budget. Over the last year, we continued to work on our 3 main streams of enforcement that we do, which is housing code enforcement, where we respond to calls from residents who are having problems with their landlords. Residential licensing, where we license multifamily properties that are operating as businesses here in New Haven. And the anti-blight enforcement in our neighborhood and property maintenance and neighborhood services division, which is largely anti-blight enforcement, but also has a lot of other community liaison aspects to them, as you all know, because I'm sure you all are often talking to your neighborhood specialists. So together, these teams combine to do our proactive and reactive efforts to address the issues that the residents have in their neighborhoods with properties, privately held properties, or otherwise around the city. Over the last few years, as I think most of you have heard, we have done a real effort to up compliance in a residential licensing program. And we've seen over the last 2 years a 78% increase in compliance there. So what compliance means, it is all properties that are either properly exempt, properly licensed, or in progress to get licensed. So those would be in compliance. So we've hit over 70% compliance rate here in the city with subject properties. We're shooting for 80%, and hopefully it's going to come. Those last bits come slower and slower. So you can see on our second page here, the chart, where in
I think it was January of 2023, we had about 30% compliance rate, and we've gone up since then. So crossed the 50%, then crossed to the majority compliance in about October 2025, and have continued up there, and then stayed kind of at the like upper 60s, low 70s since then. What we did see is a very slight dip in the last 2 months because the people who were in compliance, their licenses had then expired, and we hadn't properly relicensed them. So that's happening now. In terms of anti-blight enforcement, we see cases all over the city, but we see we've had a number of open complaints by district are on our third page there for you all to see. Beaver Hills has had a number of complaints being addressed recently at a very high rate. We also see, I think it was, I looked at this earlier, I think Hills North more than Hills South, we saw a number of issues. And New Hallville, we consistently have a lot of complaints, but then also closure of cases there. So those have been kind of high impact areas over the last year. And then in housing code enforcement, you can see on the third page, we have down open violations by district. So you can see where we've gotten calls by different districts around the city, cases that we've resolved in the past 30 days. And so you'll see there, we have most resolved cases in New Hallville. Highest open caseload has been in New Hallville and Fairhaven Heights. Citywide total, we have about 273 cases that are open in housing code right now. And in housing code enforcement, our highest month this year was in July, where we had, I think, about 170 cases that were open in July. But our highest consistency was the beginning of this year. This year has been very rough in terms of housing code cases. We've had a number of fires, which required relocations and enforcement orders. We've had a number of burst water main pipes because of the extreme cold. And so we've had a consistent number of cases that kept our staff extremely busy in calendar year 2026. So just to give you a preview of what we're looking forward to, and then I'll touch on the budget numbers. Next year, in terms of expansion of what we want to do is get our vacant property enforcement up and running. People are registering vacant properties with the residential licensing program, but we haven't been, you all passed an ordinance to require registrations and enforcement if there is no registrations. And that is a process that hasn't been fully set up. So we put a template together for enforcement of that. We've been able to take all the data off of vision appraisal to see where there are vacant lots, and then also take all our data from our anti-blight team and from residential licensing to make a kind of master list of vacant properties that we'll then be reaching out to over the next few months and getting them to register or issuing citations to those that don't. This is kind of a dual responsibility between LCI and the fire department. And so we met with the fire department and the mayor and talked about enforcement here, and the mayor decided that we will take the lead in doing the enforcement on this. And so we're setting up the procedures to do that now in our database. The other kind of upcoming highlight we will probably see in 2026 and fiscal year 2027 is fine foreclosures. As you know, we've really upped enforcement on blighted properties and on landlords who have been negligent with their properties. We've done it in housing code and in anti-blight, but anti-blight is where we see the cases moving more towards citation and assessment. In housing code, there tend to be more landlords that are actively managing the properties. They have residents there, so they do respond and they address the issues, which is what we want. What our goal is compliance. And so we have less fines that are issued in the housing code stream because of the owners are being responsive. In anti-blight, we have a higher number of property owners that are just completely unresponsive. And that's why the properties, I think, are blighted. So we currently are looking at total fines in the anti-blight workflow of over $4 million. Those don't mean anything to nobody pays them, and it leads some to be ripe for foreclosure. So I think there'll be a few properties that will have caused repeated and constant harms for the neighborhoods in which they're in, which we might see foreclosures in this coming year. And so that's on tap for 2026. We expect. Now, if everybody gets into compliance, it won't happen. That'll be great because we'll be happy because all the properties will be in compliance. But in terms of numbers, pretty much everything is flat, except we have a slight uptick in salaries, just adjusting for costs. And one thing I will just put in there, family relocation is also flat. Last year, what we were given was below what the mayor asked for. Completely understand that, but I would just very much ask that we get this flat rate fully funded because relocation has been a significant issue over the last year, particularly with these first 2 months. So we do expect to see that being used. And I think that's it, Jen. I don't know if there's anything else you can touch on. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and we'll now take questions from colleagues. I see Alderman Morrison. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question, and I know you know exactly where I'm going. So with the family relocation, you have not asked for an increase. And the properties in which you use for our residents when they have been traumatized by fire, traumatized by whatever, are deplorable. I wouldn't put nothing in the places that we use. And I know that one of the reasons why we use these couple of places here in the city of New Haven is because they're cheap, but you get what you pay for. And our residents deserve better. When they have already been traumatized by whatever their situation is, we as a city can't just take it, well, we'll just throw you over here, we'll throw you in this corner. So is there a reason why there isn't advocacy for more money to be put in this line item for family relocation? Also, have you looked at better properties to house our residents when they have these issues? And if you have, I'm pretty sure your main thing is looking at the numbers. And if you've done that through the chair, can we get that? Can we look at what would that cost to have our residents housed in better locations? Because, you know, as an older, I've dealt with that with my residents. I've dealt with a resident being basically almost thrown on the street on a Sunday afternoon because there wasn't, I don't know if it wasn't enough money, but the place is nasty. So what have you done to try to advocate for more funding or change these locations? Because I know, again, the reason why there isn't an increase in the request here is because the places that you use don't require a whole lot of money.
Yes, we've had Alderman Morrison and I have had extensive conversations about this, and we are largely on the same page, Alder, about the quality of places where we want to place our families that need to be relocated. I think there are certain institutions that you might be speaking of where we try not to place people there. We try to place people in other hotels first, and it's a matter of both space plus cost. With this, we had submitted our budget numbers before we really started having the conversations. So this has been in draft for a few months. And we're also dealing with understanding the back and forth between the executive branch and the legislative branch. So we'd asked for 500,000 last year. We got authorized 400,000. So we thought you did not want to give us 500, more than 400,000. So, and we know that the city is facing extreme budget constraints. So I was trying to develop a very conservative budget based on both the advice of what our goals were overall with the budget office in our conversations. And I think what we understood to be the feedback writ large from the legislative branch at the time. We have since had additional conversations. So that is partially why I brought up family relocation in particular during my part of the presentation, because I want to make sure that that does not get cut anymore. But I would be interested in expanding that as well. We are in the process of surveying. We had also been, as you know, the rest of the committee might not know, been trying to limit our use of hotels outside of New Haven because we're part of the economic development department. We try to patronize New Haven businesses, but the cost benefit of New Haven-based hotels versus the living conditions that the residents would be in, I fully understand that we are now engaging more of the inner ring suburbs as well in terms of having our general roster for where we can place people. So we're in the process of gathering what those costs would be, but we simply didn't ask for more right now because of a mixture of budget was in earlier. We thought we got feedback from you that you didn't want to give us more, and we're trying to keep it extremely conservative to break it down.
So again, through the chair, can you give us the numbers, what it will look like to place people in decent places? I understand the whole want to stay in New Haven, all of that stuff, but the places that meet your budget, this $400,000 budget, are places that basically I'd rather stay outside than to go inside those places. So it would be helpful, because if you have 400 here, you said that you asked for 500, but it actually will cost 600. We as a board at least need to know what that cost looks like. And so we can have a conversation, because any one of us could be in that situation, and you are not sending me to the places that you have been sending our residents.
So
it goes to the budget.
Understood. So I'm just, as chair, saying, yes, you can make that request to the chair, and I'm acknowledging that.
Okay.
And we'll follow up on that.
Okay.
And then you wanted to respond.
Oh, I was going to say that the department has not exceeded its budget in the past couple of years, so it could be more of an issue of availability as well, like finance and availability, and maybe finding the right balance between those two. Because they're not exceeded the 400.
So I will say that that's what I've been told,
Yeah.
that it's a money thing and wanting to stay in New Haven. And so again, I'm going back to the budget, as the chair says, just sticking to the numbers, and then looking at the lack of quality of places that we're putting residents. Because again, it can be any one of us sitting at this table in a situation that needs to go somewhere. And I'm not going, again, in any one of the hotels that you guys have used, because they're nasty.
Understood.
So, Chair, to the request that you all are putting forward, I can provide you with like a breakdown of the different costs of different places, so you can get, everyone can get an idea of what the cost of the places are.
Definitely like to see that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. Next on the queue is Alder Walker Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I might have missed it while you were presenting. How many people have you relocated?
It was not in my presentation. So, but we relocated in fiscal year 2024 to 25 with 16 buildings, 38 units. That were from fire displacements, and that resulted in 37 adults and 7 children relocated. And in that same year, illegal dwelling units, we had 21 buildings with 25 different units, which involved 31 different adults and 21 children. Currently, so far in fiscal year 2026, so these won't be the final numbers for the year, we've had 9 buildings with 34 units that need to be relocated, which resulted in 46 adults that needed relocation services and 8 children. And we had illegal dwelling units in 2 different buildings, at least in the data that's coming out here, which might be behind slightly, but 2 different buildings with 6 units that had 6 adults and 2 children relocated.
And how much funding have you used so far for that number that you just gave me?
I don't know offhand, but I can give you that number. But also, when we do get you that number, I will preview that because we had a budgetary freeze. We were trying to not use general funds, including the funds that were set aside for relocation for a period of time. So some of our relocation funding for a number of months was taken out of the 2094 property maintenance account, which is the fees that LCI collects from the various fees that we take to pay for the relocations, so that we didn't touch the general funds that were allocated. So our number from the general funds allocation that was authorized last year will not fully reflect the expenditures on relocation, because for a long time they were taking like a significant amount.
I think we'll want the full amount.
From the 2 different, spread it out over the 2.
Show us which is coming from which bucket, but both buckets, or all buckets. Is that what you wish?
I was going there next. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next on the queue is Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just staying on that same subject, why are we paying and not the property owner?
The property owner is liable to pay when it can be clearly shown that it is the property owner's fault. Now, then that will occur. We will lien the property, and then we can like force a foreclosure on that lien if it happens. In situations of fires, that requires a finding that there was who's at fault, and most of our fire investigations don't have a finding of who's at fault. And under those circumstances, we can't lien the property and we can't recoup the costs. We do have a certain number of landlords who just off the bat actually they pay for the relocation themselves, they handle the relocation themselves. It's great. But for a number of them, we end up handling it. And if it's a fire relocation, we can't trace back the culpability. And sometimes if the culpability doesn't go back to the landlord, I mean, it's a kitchen fire, it's a whatever. And so then it's falls on the city.
So I'm assuming that some of these renters don't have their own
Renters
insurance because it's not mandated. But how about the illegal dwelling units? That to me seems like the property owner should be responsible. It's their fault that they're running an illegal business.
Yep, absolutely. And those properties do get liened. The way to get those liens paid, if they don't just come in and do it, then is to foreclose, which we have not had the institutional muscle memory to do that. But that is something, as you might have seen before, we're hoping to redevelop.
And foreclosures. And I don't know if this is happening or not, but it seems like some housing stock gets sold for a higher price from one LLC to the other. And I shouldn't assume, I know, it's the same company, but under a different LLC. So how do we avoid those same culprits to buy foreclosed properties or even purchase?
Hiding their assets or?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a separate conversation, but just, just
I
some.
will allow you to answer it briefly, but we're beginning to stray away from the budget during the conversation.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of facets to it, and it's tricky. I think the thing we're most concerned with is like the speed of getting the liens placed, so that they can't really transfer without the liens being paid off, or the new owner carries those liens.
And then just one other question regarding residential licensing. You mentioned you'd like to reach 80%. What are the challenges that you're facing that there's that little bit of incompliance going on?
I think licenses expiring at the same time, so we're got to play catch up on all those. Getting the proper addresses of people. So part of this was a technological problem that the way the mapping system that takes the tax assessor's information and sends it to our system works is we could only map onto like slightly adequate older data. So some of that was like off, and we weren't getting what is exactly on vision. We've set up a new system. Residential licensing is not on it yet because they're very complicated to run, but that's getting real up-to-date vision appraisal data, like the day it's there, the day it's here. But some of that data then is also slightly off, so then there's that. And then there's just people who just don't respond, even to 2, 3. Sometimes we will get people who don't respond to first notice, second notice, which is your citation, and then they'll respond to after hearing officer signs off on their fine, and then they'll show up, and they might be exempt, and we let them be exempt, then we exempt them. We're not going to charge them a fine if they're exempt. But it's a range of kind of the last little bit is the hardest bit to get because there's all these confluence of small issues in between all of them.
And then just one other question regarding vacant lots. Vacant properties that are somewhat abandoned. What is considered blight though? So if it's, let's say it's fenced off, but that's it. Is that blight?
Is there a building on it?
If there's no building on it.
No building.
Or partial.
Okay. A fenced off empty lot is not blight in and of itself. If it is accumulating trash and no one is doing anything about the trash, then it is blighted. And then the owner should be cleaning up the trash, like it's their responsibility to clean up the trash and be in compliance with our property maintenance rules. And if they don't do that, then they can accrue fines. Sometimes we can't find the property owner, like they've disappeared into the other. Maybe it's gone into, somebody's died and then it's gone to probate. We don't know, or sometimes they've just disappeared. Other times we have a really tricky situation where we do have a property maintenance group and the neighborhood would like us to come out and clean the property. And so sometimes we do, but then we don't get any more fines. We get the cost of that work, but then the fine stops because the property is not in violation anymore. So then the fine stop and then the trash accumulates again because that owner is still unresponsive. And so that is a real tricky trade-off. But we want to keep we want to respond to the neighbors. We want to keep our properties looking good. We want to do what's best for the neighborhoods. But then long-term, short-term, it's sometimes hard to make that judgment call.
And if there's damage to the fence, is that?
Damage to the fence could be blighted. Yes, you should keep the fence. Yeah.
I think we're.
I'm good.
You're
No,
good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. And thank you.
Thank you, Oler Festa. This is a fascinating topic. We could be here all night,
Mhm.
but we shall not.
I could be all night talking.
And we're gonna stick to the budget. Alder Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question stems around, you did touch a little bit on this. We have a lot of homes that are dilapidated or aren't being taken care of. These are big structures. And they are near other homeowners, landlords who are taking care of their homes. I'm concerned, and my question is, do you have enough? I don't know if it's the LCI specialist that does this, but enough staff to address these, and you mentioned Livable Cities Initiative equals compliance. It is in fact enforcement, but I like compliance. because that gives an opportunity for some sort of mediation, at least with the landlords. My concern is that I would hate to see, and I have seen this happen in the history of New Haven, where a firefighter has died or individuals have died because that enforcement, that compliance and enforcement was not done timely. And so my question is, do you have enough staff, and did you make sure that in this budget you covered for that, because we really need it? And we know there's a lot of houses that need to be put into compliance. Additionally to that, when we're talking about housing,
Okay, so.
I'm sorry, and we're
Hold on, just
stands around it.
one moment, like, it's getting late and I'm getting tired, but
Yes.
there's a question that you've asked. We should let him answer
Thank
it.
you,
So
Mr. Chair.
please wrap up your question.
Yes.
We're having statements intertwined with questions. Let's make it a question.
Okay. If they're in compliance, the housing hopefully would be an opportunity for housing for someone to be able to live in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, that is why I'm concerned about blighted and abandoned properties, because these could be things that could be useful, or even empty lots, that they could be something that can be useful to someone at home. In terms of staffing, I think in neighborhood services, we have an appropriate level of staff at this moment. We've just added an administrative assistant to the anti-blight team, who is helping all the neighborhood services, the specialists move their cases faster. So she's cut down on our see-click fix open cases. And so I think I would want to see how that plays out right now, before asking for more staff for that area. We do have some open positions. There's a couple open housing positions. I mean, we're dealing with the global budget of the city right now. So we've kind of like been dealing with what we can fill and what we can't. And we've had 2 people be promoted in the housing code areas. And so that's left 2 administrative assistant positions now open as well that weren't open before. So those 2 maybe could be backfilled. One of them, Section 8, is kind of important. But at the moment, with the new admin assistant and anti-blight, I think we'll be good, and I think we should see how that plays out and then assess from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Rodriguez. Further questions from colleagues for our Director of LCI? Further questions from colleagues?
I'll just have one, which is that if memory serves, a large percentage of the workforce is special funds, CDBG funded in particular.
Huge percentage.
Do you know off the top of your head what that split is?
I've often, at least 13.
Yeah.
I think we're like 13 in general funds out of a staff of 43. So
13 in general and 30 in special.
Yeah,
roughly.
I think it's something. I'm doing roughly. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just useful to be reminded of that, think about that, the full force of folks doing work for the city in your department. 13 are general funds, 30 in special. Very important that we continue to get those special funds, as was mentioned earlier.
Any further questions from colleagues
on this item? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation and for.
Thank you very much, committee members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you to everyone who was here this evening, including the intrepid few who are still here at the end of the evening. Thank you for your endurance. Just a couple quick announcements. Our next finance meeting will be tomorrow, and it's a whopper. We will begin with the updated voluntary payment agreement between Yale University and the City of New Haven. That's going to kick off our agenda, so we'll hear from city staff and hopefully representatives of the university. And then we'll move right into the third and final public hearing on the budget. The public hearing will be on both of those topics, on that agreement and the budget. We'll hear what the folks from the public have to say. And then we'll conclude that evening with the budget workshop featuring the Board of Education. So it is a very exciting evening, and I expect that we'll have very many people here. I am going to be very strict in how I run that meeting, because we want to, of course, give the public ample opportunity to speak. There will be time limits, of course, on their testimony, and I expect that we will go late. So that is tomorrow, and having said that, a motion to adjourn is appropriate.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
The motion to adjourn has been made and second. Any discussion of that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The motion carries. We are adjourned.